Hey, Machine. How are you?
Hey, doing well, Ox. How you doing, man?
Always great when you're around, my friend.
Awesome, man. Glad to hear it. Are we live?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ooh, it's gonna be a couple of very exciting matches tonight.
Think
I
so?
get to talk about it briefly, but yeah, like BoA is. I like to compare him to TT1, or at least that just seems like the natural comparison for me. Like he's just this silent assassin North American Protoss. Like, you forget about him. He doesn't really play in a whole lot of big events. I think he's like the caliber of player that could easily a top 8 in like a BSL Pro League or something like that. And but you don't really see him sign up for much. And he's going up against Dandy, King Dandy. I feel like every time I'm casting this show, it's Dandy, smacking some other foreign player around. Like he's just the GOAT at the moment, man. He's on quite a streak, and yeah, that's gonna be a fun way to start the night for sure. And then after that, obviously we have Dewalt going up against Ample. Kind of, man, it's like normal, my heart's like with the foreign hope Dewalt, but man, Ample is quite a challenge for anybody, let alone a foreign player as well. So it's gonna be an exciting night, Ox. I'm excited.
Me too, man. This is BoA's debut with us. He's never played in a show match, so I'm very happy that he accepted. And yeah, he's really busy. I think he's a dentist, if I'm not mistaken. Probably setting up his practice and finding time to play Brood War. And he is a fantastic player. I've watched his games on BSL. I followed his show matches in the Latin American scene. And he is one of the best foreigners. Looks like he has a very strong PVT. And it should be a very close matchup. I mean, he's played Dandy before for the Latin Americans not too long ago. And I think the final result was something like, I want to say 5-4. I forgot who won, but it was really close, the score as I remember it. It was for a show match that Death Fate did. Big shout out to him. So we should have, a pretty good even matchup between them. They're also in Group E of BSL this season. They're going to be playing in about 17 days, so this should give us a little sneak preview. I'm sure they're not going to roll out all their best strategies or builds or whatnot, but they're both also trying to win it, so I don't know.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like you're saying, they're also hitting each other, I think, in BSL coming up, so it's kind of that mixture of like, oh, do I show off what I have planned, or do I maybe show off a completely different build order design in order to throw your opponent off in a few weeks? So, I mean, it'd be safe to say that they're probably each holding a punch or two for later on, but they're just such seasoned veterans. They have so many different openers they can open with anyway. We're gonna get a good showing no matter what.
Okay, yeah. Do you have a prediction in terms of score between Dandy and BoA? I like asking you guys.
Yeah. I mean, I was expecting it to be pretty down to the wire. I already feel like I know what Pato's gonna say. So
your team USA. He's team
let's go
Peru.
BoA. Let's go North America here. Let's go BoA takes this 5-4. That's what I'm going to say.
Well, Pato thinks it's going to be...
or 4-3, rather. Right?
Yeah, 7 games.
7? Yeah.
I'm gonna
America! So you know...
Pato thinks it's going to be 7-0 for Dandy.
So you know that BoA isn't really an American, right?
I know that. Yeah, no, he's from Canada,
you can tell for the face.
Oh yeah, but he's residing in the U.S. I think he may have lived in Canada, but I thought he's American because he has the American flag on the BSL announcement.
Oh really?
I think he's in the U.S. right now.
Okay, that must be new to me because I know I knew him as a Canadian player.
I think he did
Yeah.
live in Canada. I hope I'm not
Yeah,
spreading misinformation.
his brother Red Duck lives in Canada. He had the Canada flag, so
You know what? Is he just disqualified from having any nationality because he's moved around so much?
He's a national.
He's a mystery.
Glorified.
He's a question mark.
He jumps. I think the FBI is looking for him. He just switches countries. And plays
Zero, you're
Rudolph
watching
as
this.
cover.
Remove him. I'm just kidding.
I think he's Korean heritage. Am I mistaken?
No, that's correct. That's correct.
Yeah,
He's
I
Korean.
think I think that's correct.
All right, so maybe we can put him down as Team Korea today because Ample's in Team Korea.
Yay,
Alright.
Ample.
No, we're stealing him. He's American now. All I need to see is that American flag once, and BoA forever, greatest American Protoss.
Pato, what's your prediction for Dandy versus BoA?
Well, Dandy's Argentinian, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
So, okay, so my heart goes with Dandy. I cannot lie. He's playing like a madman, reaching the silver status on Trovo. So I know he's practicing like he never practiced before. So I'm really looking forward for how you say it, a very convincing victory from his end.
I feel
So,
like Pato, every time we cast together, we're watching Dandy stomp somebody. So
Yeah.
it would be just another day at the office here for Dandy, I feel like.
Yeah, so then he comes here to claim his check. Where's my money?
Yeah. But Dandy, no! We split the winnings! It does not matter to me.
I don't know why Dandy has a Russian accent, but
I don't know if he does. No. Yeah, exactly. I don't know why I gave him a Russian accent either.
like a mob Russian accent.
So we just got a message in our chat. It's in Korean. I had to use Google Translate to make sense of it. I thought we fucked up, guys. But according to Google Translate, that message is see in the chat. It says your broadcast has been selected as a real-time hot issue. I think we're hot right now, guys. I don't know what hot issue is. I'm assuming it's a positive thing and not you're about to get banned for life.
Well, anything with has to be a
the
positive thing.
Korean police is arriving to Canada.
We're
to pick
canceling
up
your
us.
sponsoring shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
We are
that's
going
cool.
to put some Ninja Turtle action.
That's really cool, though. Good for us.
Yeah. Oh, where's the stream link? I need to see the chat.
If anybody's listened to this, ASL is giving away cool ASL shirts. There's a post about it on TL.net, I think in the general forum section. You have to post something cool about ASL, like they give you a template and instructions. Do check it out. I think they're giving away 3 cool ASL shirts. I don't believe they're signed by players or anything, but they're pretty dope. It's a way for them to show their appreciation to all their fans and stuff. So definitely participate if you can.
Right on.
Cool. Are we waiting on Dandy and BoA?
BoA is in the house, is in the channel, and Dandy said he's coming.
Okay, okay.
Dandy's ready to kill.
He's warmed up. Excited.
He
ready
warms
for
up
this
with
one.
the blood of his opponents. Already with his arms crossed, looking serious.
That is a kind of pretty dope profile picture, I gotta say.
He has his Soul t-shirt signed by
Yeah.
Flash.
It's signed by Flash.
I hope so.
With Flash's blood.
Yeah.
How do you think the Dewalt versus Ample series is gonna go later?
Ample is just a god.
Yeah, he's
I don't think he will drop a game. Maybe one, because he would maybe be tired, but he's a god.
You guys both watched him play. I don't know if you remember, it was maybe over a month
Yeah.
ago. And Ample had these like strats or builds I'd never seen before. There were some amazing games. I remember one on Neil Sulfit. You guys remember that dragged on for like 20 minutes?
Yeah.
It was awesome to watch. But he was really out for blood, and Dewalt seemed like he was playing his ass off, and I think Dewalt took some wins. I want to say at least 2, maybe.
Yeah.
But Ample
that
crushed
sounds
it.
about right. Yeah.
Yeah, Ample is I think that is the best Terran I saw playing on this.
Is he on Scan's level? I've always said he's maybe around there. Maybe Scan's more active than Ample, but
I don't know about activeness, but I think he's better. I think he play on KT on Flash team, so I think he was ranked number 1 on ladder. He's just
is that right?
Yep.
So I guess we're really lucky to have this guy. I mean, he's played in our show matches since the beginning. We had him play somebody a long time ago. I think it was Scan. So he's a really nice guy, and he's always down to play.
Yeah.
Should be good.
That's kind of incredible. Like Terran, who's actually been on the same team as Flash. Like, I feel like at that point you have so much to live up to, you know.
Well, the last show match, he just showed everyone that he was different. He's built different in micro, in the strats, in the mechanics. I never seen a Terran play that good before, at least on DQ. Of course, I'm not adding players like Rush or something like that because they haven't played on our show matches. But
yeah,
he's a tier 1 player. He's really great.
Have you been keeping up with ASL?
Yeah, it was amazing, and I'm really happy. I'm looking forward to see the finals.
Yeah, you said Rush, and I couldn't help but think about watching that series. Oh man.
Yeah, the incredible game. Mini versus Queen as well. There were fantastic games, micro everywhere, action, decisions. I don't know. There was, it was really good games to watch, and I'm really looking forward to the finals.
Same. I feel like the bigger story was the mini Queen series, like you're talking about, because I think they've met at least like twice before in round of 4s for ASL, and every time Queen had his number. But man, he really cleaned up Queen and made it look pretty convincing.
Yeah, and Queen is no joke. The only one who could suck a game from Mini was Soma on the groups.
Yep.
Where that was Soma played really good, but he got stumped by Rush. Rush played like his heart out. Even though he lost to Solky, then he managed to win both Queen and Soma, who are arguably the 2 best thirds out there in the world. And Light, who stomped Queen and Snow, then played terrible against who was it? Against Queen.
Yeah, I think against Queen. It happens. Well, here we go. Game 1, BoA versus Dandy on Eclipse, and we have already some cheeky play out of BoA. BoA spawning at the top right as the red Protoss. Dandy, meanwhile, spawning at the bottom left as the blue Terran.
Entonces arriba a la derecha tenemos al Protoss canadiense, coreano, estadounidense. Tenemos a BoA que ya está tirando un gate en el medio. Y abajo a la izquierda, de color azul, abajo a la izquierda, bottom left, está nuestro Terran de color azul, está Dandy, que va a recibir un queso más grande que una casa.
This is interesting. I feel like Eclipse was really the map that Proxy 1 Gateway started getting very popular in, and I feel like it has kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit, but you know, BoA starting out with this game 1 seems like a pretty good option. He's blocking the barracks, trying to prevent the wall. That was pretty cute. And he might go for a gas steal. Yep, gas steal here as well. So BoA showing he's got some pretty bad intentions here for Dandy to start of game 1. Ooh, but Dandy scouting the proxied gateway immediately. Knows exactly what he's up against now.
Yeah, but he managed to steal the gas and he's going to kill the SCV? Oh no. Still,
Yeah, he definitely did some good damage to it.
yeah, still scouting. He's delaying the barracks, so the Marine will be late. So 2 racks.
Ooh, I like this. I've definitely seen this at the pro level. They just amass enough Marines that they eventually can kind of counter push out and take the proxy gateway. You only see this against proxy gateway though, but you know, if Dandy has good enough micro, good enough control here, he can really make this happen.
Yeah, the problem with this is that they make a forge usually, so they can expand way before their opponent, and it's kind of tricky. Oh, good positioning. Oh,
Really, with the forge? I didn't even think of that.
yeah, some players do this, and then when they spot 2 racks, they just go forge, and they can expand freely, and your Marines will be useless.
I feel like quite a few of these SCVs have fallen already for Dandy. BoA is starting to really get some value out of these zealots. Like this second barrack still isn't building. That supply depot has kept him supply blocked for quite some time here, and the SCV count's being lowered. Oh, unfortunate misstep there from that Marine. But yeah, this is just doing a lot to keep Dandy busy.
Yeah, so the second racks isn't finished yet, so that's a really big problem. Even though he's taking down the Salots, I don't know if this is looking good for the Terran, to be honest.
Yeah, I kind of agree. He hasn't even been able to begin working on that Vespian Geyser inside the main, so this will severely delay Dandy's tech, even though he is holding.
Yeah, but now he will switch to full Dragoon with 2 gates, and his factory will be very late. So he can throw a CC on the upper ramp, but on the upper train, I mean. But even though he does that, he has no gas, so no tech units, and Dandy BoA will start his range anytime soon now. And when he switches to Dragoon, it will be very hard to stop. So I don't like this position for Dandy.
Yeah, this just felt like constant pressure out of BoA. Oh wow, third Zealot coming into the mix here. He should be able to push these Marines back for now.
Good micro.
Yeah, very good control though from Dandy.
So that pylon is going to fall. A few Marines will fall as well, but will that be enough? Is Dandy going to try like a SCV drill? Because there's still no gas, there's still no CC, and range is on its way, so... Oh,
Yeah.
there's the CC.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it looks like he just started a command center. But yeah, this gas being significantly delayed, and once this Dragoon has range, these Marines will not be able to really do much to it. So this is still very scary for Dandy, I'd say. Ooh, rebuilding the pylon. What a cute little play here. I mean, BoA doesn't seem to be hiding anything. He just wants constant pressure. Oh, wow, Dandy will not be able to scout that pylon, so he does not know this is coming. Ooh, big damage on one of those Dragoons, though. I mean, we're still ways away from having a siege tank out, so these Dragoons are going to be allowed to just do so much damage. Even a
Yeah.
proxy robo.
Yeah, I think it's over. Even though, let's think that he's not going to kill that bunker. He will spend like 1,000 minerals trying to keep it alive, and when a river comes, it will be game over.
Yeah.
So you need a tank, and whenever a tank is out, there will be like 12 dragoons plus 2 rivers. So I think it's reload or GG.
This is pretty smart. I really don't see the proxy robo follow up a whole lot off of this, but I'm liking this play from BoA.
Well, he saw that the gas was stolen and wasn't killed for a long time, so he knows the factory is way too late. So he knows he has a lot of time to push. Plus, the siege is going to take forever.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
He's repairing with only 6 SCVs. That won't hold. That bunker
Yeah,
is already dead.
It shouldn't hold, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't beat the repair rate. As long as all the Dragoons target it, obviously.
And let's mention that that's a lot of minerals that he's spending repairing. So
Yeah. Like you said, it's like 1,000, maybe, probably more, honestly. Oh, it does go down, and the SCVs block one of the Marines. I mean, look at all this forced lost mining time. That is a lot of SCVs repairing, though. I don't know if BoA can really get on top of this bunker. I think he's gonna back up, or has to.
yeah, he has to wait for the river. There.
Yeah. There we go. We do have a river walking.
One river shot and 4 SCVs will be dead, and then he can move forward. There will be no siege, so he's okay. Okay, bye-bye. Oh,
You called it. There we go. Diving on top of that bunker, picking off more and more SCVs. The Reaver still out of tank range, I believe, as well. Ooh,
yeah, but that...
big damage.
Yeah,
There's just
but-
so many SCVs that have already fallen. Now he's
yeah.
going to get on top of this tank line. SCVs are being pulled, but...
Oh, that shot.
right into a- oh my
okay.
gosh, how many kills was that? Nuts. GG. Wow. BoA taking a pretty quick game 1 against Dandy. We don't see that one happen a whole lot. Pretty impressive. You know, I'd say I think it's a good build. You know, mixing in something like a proxy gate game 1 in such a long series. So hats off to BoA for that quick victory. Game 2, it looks like Dandy has picked Ascension. So maybe there's something about this map Dandy feels pretty confident on. I guess it is a 3-player map as opposed to a 2, so Protoss can't just, you know, proxy a gateway right outside your base.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you're right. You definitely can. I've seen it happen on 4-player maps.
You can see it on League Hunters, they will do it. Entonces, arriba a las 2 en punto tenemos al Protoss de color gris, supuestamente tenemos a BCL BoA. Y abajo a la derecha tenemos al Terran de color azul, tenemos a Salty Dandy.
And spawning at the 12 o'clock as the Black Protoss. He's currently up 1-0. It is BoA. And spawning at the bottom right of Ascension as the Blue Terran, always the Blue Terran, it is Salty Dandy.
So I think this is a starport map, so maybe I'm looking forward to see some drops or something like this.
Is it a starport map specifically because of drop on this? Is it like the mains are just so big it's friendly for drops.
Yeah, and you can attack directly because of the small path to enter each main. So I don't know if it is a good map to do a timing attack, which Dandy is really known for. So maybe we can see a starport play.
Okay.
I'm just guessing.
Well, this time we see a pylon has already gone down in the main, so different opener here from BoA, a little more standard, a little more middle of the road. Meanwhile, Dandy going ahead, getting that quick gas inside the main. I'd expect to see a factory follow-up after that, pretty shortly. Yeah, this is going to be a much, much different Game 2 than Game 1 was. Actually, no scout even from BoA. I think that's a little odd. It's like almost like greedier in the opposite spectrum. Is this a Nexus? That's not normal, right?
Yeah. I want to know why. This is easily punished by the same build, like Marine, Vulture, and the SCV stack. So I don't know why he's doing this.
Yeah, this is kind of an odd one, but I mean, fortunately Dandy will get last scout, so this is going to go about as unpunished as possible.
Well,
at the same time,
I would say no, because in a 4-player map, if you go like cross positions, you can be unpunished. But now the SCV would arrive before he can before he makes a choice. He can still do the counter build order to kill the fast nexus. So because it's a small map, so there's no upside of doing this. You have to really rely on your micro. Your salad. Oh.
He's
Okay,
killed
then.
1 Marine, 1 SCV so far.
Yeah, so whenever he has 3 Marines, he can just move out. If he wants to, if he's confident enough. He's only pulling units from 1 gate. There you go. Okay. So he should win if he does. If he doesn't screw up with his micro, I think it's a win.
Even though he lost a Marine and an SCV.
Oh, he lost a salad.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Salad for a Marine, I think it's a good trade.
And this did not get scouted by that probe, right?
Yeah, I think he saw it, but
okay.
How you don't have enough units? How you stop this? You have only 1 salad. You have to really. The Terran has to like do a really bad micro, like this.
like this. I don't know. BoA did a really good job tanking.
Where's the Marine?
Probes.
Where's the Marine?
Those probes somehow did so much damage, and yeah, those 3 Marines not walking through the entrance. Wow, will buy enough time for a follow-up Dragoon to walk in, and additional probes. I mean, I feel like BoA just needs to stop this. This is such a heavy committal, from Dandy that just by living, he'll be fine. Ooh.
Is it just me, or he sent like too little amount of SCVs? Okay, so no range now.
Yeah, maybe a couple more SCVs would have been pretty useful. Oh man, but he's finding damage with these vultures. That is a very low probe count, especially for having such a quick nexus.
Does he have range? He's searching.
Yes, he does. So he should be able to push this bunker off eventually.
Yeah, Dandy needs his add-on and mines as soon as possible, because whenever BoA gets out, he will smash him. He doesn't, because he only has 1 SCV, so he will not be able to repair the bunker in time. So even he will be able to save the Nexus. Oh my God, you should have at least 4 SCVs.
Yeah, he needs to have 4 SCVs for sure.
Yeah, so mines will not be finished when the booms arrive to his base. So this is going to be really bad position if BoA decides to counterattack. I don't know.
Do you think BoA maybe lost enough probes that it's still fine? Because I mean, I'm looking at the supply count, and Dandy has a pretty significant advantage. You know, although those are vultures and not tanks and so forth, but
I think they are even because he hasn't lost his Nexus, so now he will be able to build 2 probes at a time, while Dandy only just 1 SCV at a time. Plus, he lost a couple of SCVs as well. So I think they will be even. Okay, that's a starport, so my prediction wasn't so bad.
yeah, your prediction was right. He does follow up and go drops. And I don't think that's a bad idea here. Getting that quicker starport will allow for quicker upgrades. You know, he can do his drop play and then go into playing for like a late game 2-1 timing or something like that. So not a bad option here.
No, not at all. I agree on that. But BoA is going to do like a D2 drop, so that is always dangerous. And if Dandy doesn't make any Academy or eBay, I don't know how he's going to stop that. He's playing bold, to be honest. But being bold sometimes pays up.
Yeah, sometimes it definitely does. Yeah, DT drop though, always a scary play. You're never happy seeing a DT drop moving into your base.
So this is on. You need turrets and you need scan, because with scan they just pick up the DTs and the mine spots there.
I think it missed it. I don't think it quite had the range.
Does he have an eBay or an academy or something? I think he was building an eBay. Oh, he isn't. GG.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't have
Dandy.
scan
Yeah,
what,
poor
maybe
Dandy.
mines? Maybe hold it with mines somehow, but
Yeah, I think Dandy wasn't expecting this. Not like the chum 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 chum.
Swing. Oh man. I'm so good at this game.
Yeah. Protoss easy. Easy. Go to sleep, noob.
Oh, look at this control. 3,000 APM.
GG.
He's called. Whoa.
It's like a Star Wars. You drop Jedi Knights there. And it's GG.
Another good game out of BoA.
Yeah.
Man, that was another quick victory. I gotta say, that's just how it works with those builds. I guess.
Yeah,
They
Dandy.
work really well.
Yeah, BoA needs to go to a club to party, and he just playing very fast.
Man, that's funny. When I think of Dandy, I don't ever see him skip turrets or comstat, you know? So that was a little shocking. I feel like Dandy just got punished that 1 in 100 times, you know? Alright, BoA up 2-0. Game 3 will be on Good Night. New 4-player map that was added to the ladder seating pool. Kind of a pretty well-respected map in the foreign scene at the moment in general. Yeah, this should be a pretty interesting one for TVP as well. So here we go.
Yeah, this isn't my favorite map as playing Terran. I find it really difficult.
Yeah, as a Zerg player, I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Just never take the mineral only, but other than that, it's a fine map.
So, go ahead, please.
Okay, spawning at the top left, stealing that blue from Dandy, we have BSL BoA. And spawning at the bottom left, as the red Terran, we have Sol T Dandy.
Y arriba a la izquierda, robándole el color azul a Dandy, tenemos al Protoss norteamericano, coreano, canadiense, tenemos a BSL BoA. Y abajo a la izquierda, de color rojo, tenemos a la maravilla peruano que acaba de recibir 2 fuertes golpes, tenemos al osito Dandy.
Another pylon inside the main for BoA, so we will not be seeing any special tactics at the start of this game. There's still plenty of time for a DT drop, though.
Yeah.
So that's still on the table. Gateway going down in the main. So this is not going to be some kind of 12 necks or something like that. And unfortunately, scout the wrong direction. Should be getting
And
the
really
last scout
fast.
off with Dandy.
And really fast, to be honest.
Yeah, very, very quick scout.
So is Dandy going to do like a 15cc or something like that? Yep. Yes,
Ooh,
he does. Yes, he's
changing it
going
up.
to.
This is a good time for him to be going 15cc as well, right? With the
Well, this is a big map, so
yeah, big map, and he's getting scouted last. So I'd say those are, good terms to be on.
yeah. But to be honest, I was expecting BoA to build like a 12 Nexus on this map because it's so big and the rush distance is really hard. It makes more sense than Ascension. But Salad first, that will make Dandy make a second supply before the CC. And will delay his command center first, because if not, he will not be able to defend. So there's the second supply depot, and he will make like 19-20 CC.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of BoA's calling card from what I've noticed. Just at least in the trip, he will just make zealots and rally them at you all day and get really good trades. He has amazing zealot control in the foreign scene, and I mean, it's been working for him so far in this series.
The micro wasn't good.
Yeah, the probe fell fairly quickly there without getting too much done. Oh, wow, 2 Marines falling, though. I think he should have backed out with the Zealot there and waited for the follow-up. A little bit of damage done to those 2 Marines. No forward bunker yet, but he will be able to wall off that ramp with some SCVs. So, good hold here from Dandy so far.
Yeah, but the problem will be if he doesn't put a bunker right away, that Dragoon will make a lot of damage, because there will not be enough Marines.
Yeah,
So-
very true.
So the point here is to make a bunker, or if not, he will have a very bad time. So this trade will not be good for Dandy. There's no way he can win this. That bunker needs to finish.
Oh, it might finish here. Oh, not before 2 Marines fall, though. Get in the bunker.
No, kill Dragoon.
I mean, he came pretty close. That Dragoon is quite low, but once again, we're going to have probably some pretty quick Dragoon range and some forward pressure on that bunker from BoA. Wow, very fast robo as well.
Yeah, so we both know that it's going to be a Reaver.
Yeah, it's got to be a Reaver at this point. Ha. So we'll see if Dandy's prepared. I wouldn't expect Dandy to skip out on turrets or anything like that, given the start of this game.
Not because last game, I think he has a good memory.
Yeah, I believe he does. A little bit of pressure here. 2 SCVs coming out to repair the bunker as 2 Dragoons pluck away. It's kind of convenient, but 1 SCV repairs about as quickly as a Dragoon can deal damage. So it's kind of a good way to figure out how many SCVs you need. We have a 3rd Dragoon coming in here. More and more damage being done. Academy and Armory in the main for Dandy. So looking to get those comm stats. Usually when you see Academy, I think, and not turrets, you're pretty certain it's not DT. Ooh, he's got to repair that bunker. There we go. So I think he's got an idea. He just wants to go ahead, throw a scan down, confirm that this is in fact going to be some type of a Reaver opener, and then get Goliaths in Goliath range to defend.
Well, he needs to be very careful. 4 Dragoons can two-shot a tank, so...
Yeah, he's playing with fire a little bit, that tank.
Oh,
Ooh, that's quick siege, though. And that siege should prompt BoA to skedaddle. There we go.
Confirms the robo.
Yeah, it sees the robo. No support bay, right? Oh,
Yeah,
there is
but-
a support bay. Okay, my bad. Yeah, it was like the natural. So it is Reaver for sure. Late third expand going up as well for BoA. BoA should be feeling pretty confident. You know, he's got Dragoons outside Dandy's natural. He's been able to do a little bit of damage to that bunker. He's got his first Reaver, 2 Zealots loaded up, and it's time to go. I mean, the only way Dandy stops is if he can get a couple Goliaths and maybe some Goliath range, but I'm not seeing any so far.
Yeah, he needs at least 1 Goliath. If not, this will be very, very bad.
Shuttle going into the main, gets spotted by a siege tank immediately. Ooh, 1 Goliath is out though. We'll start pushing off that shuttle, but not before 2 Zealots drop. Boom. Oh, he didn't shoot. Okay, good shot though from that Reaver, doing a bit of damage. Goliath goes down and suddenly there's no anti-air. And this Reaver just will be able to start plucking away at that mineral line. Big SCV pull forced. But ultimately, BoA backs up. Not sure about this. I mean, I get that he's probably looking away to macro. But if there's no Goliath, you know, there's really no reason to get out of there. Third base almost complete. Dandy, meanwhile, has sent his SCVs back to the main, is fixing his saturation. Looking like he's in a pretty decent spot. He's got that upgrade going. But if Dandy comes back in this one, it's going to have to be late game. So he should start thinking about taking a third base, getting his starport, you know, things along that line, because there's little to no hope of a 2-base timing against this this opening from BoA.
This is going to be a really standard game. The Reavers will be there to buy as much time as they can. Maybe try to kill the bunker. Well, the question here is what what is going to BoA evolve to? If he's going to do some carriers or maybe arbiter, but this will not be a fast game. Oh, two base push.
Wow, I feel like Dandy heard what I was saying and was like, no, actually I will kill him on 2 bases.
Yeah, so Dandy has an incredible confidence playing 2 base Terran, which really amazes me. I think this is like a loss. Whenever a Protoss has an observer and see that you're going to do a 2 base push, they just kill you. They just overwhelm you with units. But Dandy somehow manages to kill his opponents. So let's see. I would say that he has no chance on this game, but he proved me wrong so many times that I will feel really silly if he wins this game.
I mean, how many times during our last cast with Dandy against Dragon did we think that, you know, Dandy was outright dead? He would move out, we'd be like, oh, Dragon saw us coming from a mile away. Dragon's on 2 more bases, you know, like, there's no way he could make this work. And, man, Dandy just has that perfect positioning of his tanks and knows exactly where he can engage, where he shouldn't. And he just knows how to make it happen.
Yeah, still, this is a really terrifying army. There's almost a 30 supply or 40 supply difference between them. So he has really to make a perfect micro to make this work. Okay, here we go.
Here we go. That's a big group of zealots. Nice zealot drop as well. Reaver doing some pretty good damage to these groups of siege tanks. Oh, beautiful pickup as well. And yeah, that should be it. BoA should take this.
Yeah, so that's looking more like one of my games on ladder.
Wow.
Whenever I try to base, it looks like this.
That was just really incredibly controlled by BoA as well. The spreading on the Reaver, the pickup, the zealot positioning. He got a lot of damage done with this push. I mean, I think definitely no chance now. Like, Dandy cannot.
Well, he lost a lot of tanks.
Yeah.
He's doing a great job defending, but he lost too many SCVs. He's on 2 base, no science facility, no economy, and BoA already is taking a 4th base. So I'm not sure if this is going to be a good. Oh, a Reaper.
Wow. And a nice Reaver shot as well. Yeah, like you said, he's just on too many bases at this point. This is, oh, big Scarab hit as well. Yeah, this has just been too much damage. I mean, it would be impossible to recover from here.
Yeah, now he's styling. I imagine BoA doing like breakdance.
While
like
playing.
Posing. Yeah.
He's doing
He's
a
just
larva.
posing. Yeah.
Putting his feet on the keyboard.
Yeah. But BoA, there is no one watching you do that. But
So
they
he
know.
just does it anyway,
They
just
know.
for the memories. Yeah, just
they
they know. They know.
Machina Pato know.
Oh yeah. It's a lot of vultures. You know, Dandy's really just trying to get units out, honestly, to survive. And I think he's just made so many, he realizes, what am I going to do? Try to take a 3rd from here? It's not going to happen. You know, he's got to try to go for some type of a miracle bust.
Yeah, he needs mines a lot, and maybe, but there are a lot of zealots against us vultures, so maybe he has a good fight, but there's only 4 tanks.
If BoA forgets to attack move with his units, I think it could be possible.
Yeah.
You know, he just walks in all the mines.
Yeah,
Maximum stoking.
Yeah, but almost 50 supply difference. It's way too much.
Yeah, it is.
So a good fight by Dandy, but he needs lots of more tanks. And GG is going to be called anytime soon.
Yeah, it definitely should be called. He's, like you said, he's about 60 supply down now, 50 supply, whatever. 2 bases. He's just kind of donating units at this point. BoA's just got map control. He's got, you know, pretty decent vision. It's just, it would be so impossible for him to come back from here. Although he's made it an additional like 7 minutes into this game that I thought was completely over, so hats off to Dandy for still, you know, making him fight for it, for sure.
Yeah, thank you, Dandy. Okay, now.
Here we go. Cleanup crew has arrived. Ooh, big storm in the center of those tanks. They will fall. Good zealot spread. Yep.
Well, anytime now.
Maybe.
No, I have 4 vultures.
I mean, he picked off a Templar there, got some good splash damage. That's it, Pato. He's turning it right here. It's gonna happen. It's gonna prove you and me wrong. I mean, got another Templar there. That's kind of amazing, to be honest.
2 more tanks. They're hero tanks. They have like 1k HP.
They're just invulnerable.
Yeah.
Like, cannot be targeted. BoA has to fight around them the rest of the game, just avoid the tanks.
They have like a special name, like Thor or something like that.
Yeah, Thor in a siege tank.
It's like a transformer.
Yeah. I mean, they're kind of like Transformers, if you think about it.
Yeah.
They turned into siege mode, so yeah. You know?
Optimus tank.
Autobots roll out.
Well, he needs more Autobots or he will die.
Yeah, you might need a few more Autobots.
I don't think you can recover the planet with that.
Bumblebee, get over here.
Yeah.
And here we go. Ooh, Templar drop. It picks off immediately. That's hilarious. All the rest of the siege tanks being sieged here for Dandy, but it's just too much Protoss. Once these zealots get on top of that tank line, there's just not much he can do. Big storm going down as well. Dandy fought valiantly, but yeah, GG is called. Jeez, BoA. Whoa, 3-0, no mercy, man. He's killing it today. This was I gotta say definitely more one-sided than I kind of expected from the first 3 games. To be fair, the first 2 were very short, and I felt like the third game was definitely that was just a very solid all-around play from BoA. Not that the first 2 games weren't, but you know, there's a little bit of risk involved, and it played out in a way that worked for BoA. But man, game 3 was good. Dandy's gonna have to switch something up here.
So what is going through Dandy's head right now?
Protoss better not 12 Nexus me. I bet that's what it is. I'm calling it. BoA's gonna 12 Nexus this game. It's just perfect after everything else he's done. He's, you know, starts off with the proxy gate game 1, hits you know, couple standard-ish openers first 2 games. 12 Nex has to be it on this map. All right, spawning at the bottom right as the purple Protoss. We currently up 3-0. It is BoA. And at the top right of Largo as that light blue Terran, we have Salty Dandy.
Abajo a la derecha de color violeta tenemos al Protoss que está dominando esta partida. Tenemos a BCD BoA en High Latency. Y arriba a la derecha tenemos al Terran azul siendo azotado por el Protoss. Tenemos a Salty Dandy.
So we have Largo vertical positions, you know, 1 o'clock, 5 o'clock. I feel like it's going to be key to whoever can control the high ground in the middle on this map in these positions. And I think that's maybe a little bit of an advantage for BoA here, just given the positions. How do you feel about this map, Largo, for TVP?
I like it a lot, to be honest. And this is one of the maps I enjoy the most playing. So this season I only vetoed Fighting Spirit, to be honest. I
Is that because you're bored of it, or?
Yeah, I hate Fighting Spirit. I just don't want to play it anymore.
Yeah.
I prefer to play Lost Temple.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I've just played it too many times.
Yeah, so I only veto Fighting Spirit, but I should veto as well Good Night, because it's not a good card map, in my opinion. Give me my cliff to drop tanks.
Yep.
And to
Tank
build
drop. Oh,
five
gosh.
turrets, just go directly to drop. Yeah. Just a starport, 2 free expos, and my cliff.
So quick
So-
gas from Dandy this time. Actually, kind of standard one base play from both, it looks like.
Yeah, so Zealot first.
This is gonna be a
Again.
command center. Yeah, Zealot first. I feel like I was saying, that's just what BoA does. It's the only thing he knows. It's like, what? Gateways are for making Zealots. Like, that's all we do with them. Well, that until DTs later on, you know?
He needs at least 2 or 3 SCVs and a bunker. Yeah. Yep. No.
Man, he has the angriest Zealots. They're so good. Oh, as I say that, good blocking from Dandy. But man, BoA constantly gets value with these Zealots.
Yeah, he will kill them. Oh. Good
Okay.
micro. Oh, okay. Oh, that's nasty. You wanted the DTs.
I did want it. I actually whispered him in between games. I was like, now do proxy DT. He was like, anything for you, machine.
My fellow American.
My fellow American! Yeah, my fellow American!
Oh, he spotted the Citadel. Unlucky. Stop hearing our stream, Dandy.
That's so funny that he scouted that? What?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's like 500 IQ scouting that.
Yeah, so cancel.
He
Right away.
gets canceled immediately. And he re-scouts it with the SCV. That's so good. Man, so Dandy not falling for it this game. No tricks.
Yeah, so no problem. Just go fast Nexus.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he'll be stacking a little bit of gas, but that's always fine. Just get a delayed robo, and it's not the biggest deal.
No range, so. Oh, nice micro.
Yeah, no range, but still able to pick off a Marine there, so not a bad trade for BoA.
No. There. So range on his way and robo. Now he plays standard. Okay.
Yeah, this should be pretty standard from here on out from BoA. Second gateway being produced. Dandy, I mean, good thing to note is he got that command center up much quicker this time. There was no delay. There's really been no delay on the SCVs, so this is by far, in my opinion, his strongest opener in this series so far. Even scouting that proxy citadel outside his natural. So yeah, he's in a pretty commanding lead here at the start of this.
So Dandy going to move out with the 3 tanks marine push. But I feel he's very delayed. He doesn't have a tank yet. There.
You think it was delayed?
Yeah. Yeah, 6:30 he should be out with 3 tanks. Plus 6 marines. Or 5 at least.
I feel like
So
that Zealot didn't do a ton of damage, but yeah, I believe
Yeah.
you.
Oh, Reaver again. Yeah, that explains the 2 gateways. Oh, siege mode. No, he's not moving out, my friend. He's just playing defensive.
Okay.
Does have an armory, for example? Yeah.
Oh, he does. He is building one. Okay.
Yeah, so he's playing really defensive.
Yeah, no turrets once again. Just now getting Comstat. So he will be able to scout what's going on. But yeah, we'll have to see. Wonder if he'll go like quicker third. Meanwhile, BoA taking that 6 o'clock third base. Also going Reaver. We see that support bay is completed. So very similar to last game, actually. And why not? It worked out very well for him, last game. So we'll have to see if this shuttle with, probably a Reaver and a couple Zealots is able to get any damage done here. We do have siege mode. I haven't seen a Goliath. Oh, never mind. That was a lie. 2 Goliaths. And actually, BoA turning around with that shuttle, so kind of showing he doesn't even feel very confident to get much done with it.
Maybe he's waiting for the shuttle speed. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure.
Because there are no turrets. Okay, so 2 base push again.
Huh, it is 2 base push. You're right. Looks like a bunch of factories just went down the main. It's kind of odd. I don't really normally feel like Dandy obviously can do 2 base pushes, but I thought he usually took his third a little more often.
Yeah, he knows how to play macro. That's
yeah, of course.
And you shouldn't push whenever you scan the Protoss base, the natural, and you don't see a fast gas. You know that they're doing a lot of gateways. So you should.
Well, he also scanned and saw the support bay, and I thought Reavers in a way counter 2 base push timings. I don't know. Yeah, shuttle just kind of dodging around the main, not really playing aggressive at all with it. He's got like a 15 supply lead, even though he's supply blocked for the moment. And he's not really pushing up with the Dragoons either, just kind of content to stay back and prevent any vulture harass from happening. But as we know, it's not just going to be harass. He's, BoA's looking to, or Dandy rather, is looking to do like a 2 base timing. He's pretty committed with this. And it all gets scouted with that observer, so very good, situational awareness here from BoA.
No vultures yet, so I don't think that's a good army.
Here we go, Speed Zealots moving straight into the center of the fray, getting on a good amount of these siege tanks, but not a ton of damage really being done right away. Ooh, 2 Reavers being dropped in the center as well, big Scarabs. I don't know, I thought this was gonna go a lot better for Dandy.
Yeah, I was thinking just the same.
Because BoA didn't even really attack at first. It was really his units just kind of moved in. Although it was good positioning, but man, Dandy had a quick siege timing. And
yeah.
I really thought it was going to go a little more his way.
Yeah, thought exactly the same. I thought this was going to be a really good fight for Dandy, but it turns out that it wasn't at all.
But we do look at the supplies, and they're actually a little more in Dandy's favor than they were. Actually, they're a lot more in Dandy's favor than they were before the fight. So, I mean, whatever magic Dandy did, it worked. There's a lot of vulture, though. Dandy loves his vultures.
Well, Zealots take less time to be built, so whenever Protoss wants to bring out units faster, they tend to build a lot of Zealots, so that's why Terran just build vultures as well, to have mines and to be able to deal with those Zealots. Dragoons take too long.
Let's see.
Oh, the trick.
It's a good amount of mines, and actually, wow, good positioning on these tanks. There's no obs, and suddenly BoA losing every probe he has at that third base. I really like Dandy's position now. I didn't think this little push was going to do anything, but man, yeah, that was incredible. Incredible play there.
Oh, those
from
tanks
Dandy.
are going to die.
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
They tried to sneak out, but sadly.
This is all tank, all vulture out of Dandy. Those 3 tanks being caught out of position. Maybe BoA's looking for a big counter timing here.
Yeah, you need to siege and put a lot of mines, if not you're going to die like right now. You need a lot of tanks there, a lot of revenue. Oh, that Reaver. Oh, 2 Reavers.
Whoa. Yeah, those are 2 huge Reavers. They didn't really get a ton of damage done, I'll say, but they bought time for the rest of the army to come up. Oh, yeah, Dandy holds.
Really good.
Wow, very good hold here from Dandy. And suddenly Dandy is in a dominant position in this game 4.
Would say that he should win this game. Oh, that tank.
Yeah, I'd say he definitely should be winning this one. Oh, a few tanks though. Those tanks getting caught out of position a little bit. BoA doing a great job. Just really trying to trade for as many tanks as he can here, but it's just too much Terran.
GG.
G is called. G.
G. Hehe.
Heh. And Dandy coming out with the victory, game 4. Wow, showing really good resilience. He was, you know, he had a pretty decent start, but BoA also got himself into a good position there early on as well, and Dandy just kind of stuck it out and ended up coming out on top. So very nice job there from Dandy. We still haven't seen that 12 next. I really want BoA to 12 next at least once. It's like my favorite opener PVT because it just feels so dirty. But hasn't been happening, man.
Dirtier than DTs? Than proxy
yeah,
DTs?
actually, I'll say that. Dirtier than proxy DTs. It's just, oh man, when Terran scouts it last and they aren't able to do like the bunker rush timing and they try to just macro against it, Protoss gets so many probes. It's crazy. And here we go. We are on game 5 of Dandy versus BoA. BoA spawning at the top right corner of Wavelet as the blue Protoss. And spawning at the bottom left as that light pink, we have Sol T Dandy.
Arriba a la derecha, en el mapa Wavelet, tenemos al Protoss canadiense que acaba de ser golpeado por el terreno peruano. Tenemos a BCL BoA. Y abajo a la izquierda, llevándose su primera victoria de la noche, tenemos a nuestro osito vengador. Tenemos a Soul T Dandy.
Cross map, Wavelet. Wavelet kind of, I don't know, I think a really good map for this matchup. I feel like I've had the privilege of seeing more TVPs on this map in like high level situations than most. Just because, you know, before Wavelet was really introduced into the scene, I'd been, you know, watching some games on it, and it just seems to play for some pretty fun matches. You know, Terran can very easily hold the main natural third from the high ground inside their main. Meanwhile, the map layout in general is just very open, very big naturals, very wide thirds, 2 entrances to, you know, the close thirds and so on and so forth, which gives a lot of advantages to Protoss, I'd say, for those late game big army clash situations. So, you know, it's just kind of a fun map, and we got to see it.
Yeah.
I can die a happy
you wanted
man.
it. You wanted it. Your fellow American delivers.
Yep. My fellow Americans conspiracists. You know?
Everything for.
USA, USA.
Give me my green card now. Machine is holding BoA's green card. If he doesn't make a 12 Nexus, it won't be given to him.
Yeah, it won't be given. It reminds me of that. Like, you guys ever seen Dave Chappelle, the racial draft?
Yeah.
Oh, it makes me think of that. Like BoA is one of America's now. You know, like we nominate BoA. Like, psych, we get Dewalt.
I'm always America.
Yeah. I love it. So I think this is, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, Pato, but you never want to see a 12 next cross map, especially not on a big map like Wavelet. Dandy's, he's gonna be kicking himself here.
While you were describing the map, I was thinking, oh, all right, you say 2 base attack, but now that he done like 12 Nexus, I would say that 2 base play would be a terrible idea. So Dandy's in a really bad spot now.
Yeah, he's definitely in a very bad spot, I'd say here.
And this is like a greedy, 12 Nexus because it's like 2 gate goon.
Yeah, just like the 1 Zealot, but he's going straight into Dragoon pressure, and Danny recognizing it, building that low ground CC immediately. Ooh, losing SCV very quickly. That was very uncharacteristic of Dandy here.
Yeah, and whenever that vulture arrives, there will be 2 dragoons. So not cool.
Very
cool,
not cool.
So you had to play like cut a lot of corners to play against this.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Dandy, do you just like, can you just put a 3rd command center down in your main right now or something?
Yeah, but you have to cross your fingers that it's not going to. Yeah.
We know what that means.
Yeah. He's doing all the dirty moves in one game.
In one game.
12 Nexus into DTs.
DT drop. He's gonna
into DT drop into carriers.
Carrier. And he's gonna cannon rush Dandy's 3rd.
Yeah. Carrier recall. Because he can. There you go. The fast 3rd. So he's going to put some. Oh yeah, DT drop. I thought he's going to do like a mine thing to control the map, but I don't know if he's going to be able to defend a fast DT drop.
You might be able to scout it moving out, you know, with these vultures, with the mines. Oh, 3rd command center on position.
Yeah, but
just realized that. Wow.
There's a 10 supply difference right now.
I mean, this is not a bad call from Dandy, right? You're down in the series. You got to start making some moves. Like, why not take a risk here? And I mean, it doesn't look like a risk, right? Dandy's got great vision on the map. He scouted a 12 Nexus. It's a little unfortunate. I'm just wondering, you know, how he could possibly go about holding this DT drop.
Yeah, so it will be very hard indeed. Even though he put some turrets, there are way too many spots to defend.
Way too many spots. I mean, so he could, not even counting the 3rd, he could just lift the 3rd still. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. So no luck with the mine scouting this shuttle moving across the map either. To my knowledge, Dandy has no idea this is coming. BoA not really able to move out either because his obs are so delayed for this DT, but it doesn't matter. There's just nothing here to stop it. No comsat, no turrets.
So the Jedi,
Hate to see
the
games
Jedi
like this.
Masters will be dropped again.
He thinks this is Reaver.
No.
No, this is just so painful. This is one of the worst ways to lose. There's not a eBay. There's not a Academy. GG is called.
Another first
Wow. Another quick one. Quick.
game. A
BoA
quickie.
up 4-1. And 2 Gs out of Dandy. Oh man.
He's like, God damn it. Did he say again?
Yeah, when it happens like multiple times in a series like that, you gotta get a little frustrated, I'm sure. He's just trying to cut corners, right? Like, he's given BoA so much respect that he's like, I don't feel like I can face a 12 next on even terms and, not, and afford to make something like turrets that I can't afford. Like, I'm just going to go ahead and take a risk. And I like seeing that from Dandy because I feel like in my normal experience with watching Dandy, he doesn't take risks at all. But it's clear that he's holding BoA at a pretty high caliber, to be cutting out on some of these things.
Alrighty.
Alrighty. Go for it, Pato.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Y arriba a la naranja tenemos al Protoss, al rey de los Dark Templars, tenemos a BCL BoA. Mientras que arriba a la derecha tenemos al Terran peruano, cuya criptonita son los Dark Templar, aparentemente tenemos al osito de Dandy.
How does a revolver play out for TVP? I really haven't, seen a ton of TVP on this map for whatever reason.
I think it's pretty standard. You can, I don't think you have any big considerations. You have to be aware of those ramps in the middle to take the fight. But besides that, it's a pretty much straightforward map for me. Maybe the X on the expo that you can attack from below ground. So maybe it's a bad map to rush, like Gun Rush or something like that.
Okay.
If you spawn like in vertical spawns, you cannot build like 2 Gun Rush or something like that. So it's easier to expand, I believe.
Got it. That's surprising because on most maps, that have 2 entrances leading to your natural, you'd almost think the opposite. You'd almost be like for instance, this map, Zerg vs Protoss, I feel like if Zerg opens 9 pool speed, it's very viable here because Protoss has both entrances they have to account for, but nothing moves that quick, and the Terran, the Terran and Protoss arsenal, so I don't really need to worry about that nearly as much.
Entonces, amigos, un mensaje de su amigo Pato, va redundancia. Tenemos ahí pineado en el chat un link de Macherino, el cual nos ayuda y los ayuda a los jugadores a recaudar un poco más de dinero. Es totalmente gratuito, solamente tienen que abrir el link que está ahí en el chat, de Macherino /tournaments/59652. De ahí a la derecha tienen un cartelito que dice Claim Code. Hacen clic ahí, se loguean con Google, con Twitch, con cualquier cuenta que se les cante. Eso da lo mismo. Y automáticamente se les agrega 30 centavos de dólar a los jugadores. Eso es algo muy bueno porque es algo gratuito para ustedes, que no les cuesta nada y les da un poquito más de plata a ellos, que siempre les viene bien. Así que si tienen 15 segundos, que es todo lo que les va a tomar, por favor ayúdennos, ayúdense y den una mano, que juntos hacemos el StarCraft grande. Gracias.
So we're seeing that adjusted build once again from BoA. Gateway into like a quicker Nexus. And some Zealot pressure once again. Wow, good damage with the Zealot early on here. I think both those Marines are very weak. So he's got to be a little scared.
So I'm wondering if I was Dandy, if I would open 15cc knowing that BoA always does that. Because if he does 12 Nexus, you can just counter with the fast Marine and Vulture build. And if he does fast Salot, you can counter as well. So I don't know if 15cc is the best build order for an opening like this.
Yeah, I'm not sure myself. I'd like to see him mix it in a little more, but I'm not certain. Looks like BoA will end up chasing out that SCV from the main. Showing Robo. It's always a little sketchy when you put your tech right next to the scouting SCV in the main. Like, especially with BoA, you would almost like feel like he could just cancel that Robo and go DT or something.
Well, second fast gas, so wondering what he's going to do with that amount of gas. Certainly not much gateways, early gateways. So maybe he's looking for attacking.
Carrier?
Maybe to base carrier.
I'd love to see it.
So then it's going for a fast drop. That I like starboard builds, but you need a lot of APM and skill to pull it through.
You saying Dandy doesn't have enough skill to pull it off?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, that this low MMR Terran saying that you can do, you know those haters.
Yeah.
Cristiano Ronaldo is very sucks at football, at soccer. Sang a guy who lives with his mom and is overweight.
Yeah, exactly. You don't understand. I've watched every single game of his, though.
Yeah, I watch. I'm pretty accurate that I see every UFC fight, and I think I can knock you out with one punch.
Exactly.
Billy, who hasn't been in a real fight in his whole life. So back to the game. Yeah, I think I really think Dandy can, and I think it was a play style of him. He used to play a lot of starboard builds back in the day, but then he switched. I don't know why. Maybe the meta, or maybe he wanted to try another things. But I'm sure that he really know how to play this kind of build orders.
This will go unscouted, and I gotta say, this is what? Oh my gosh! 2 Dragoons show up, literally, in the nick of time without seeing that. That was just perfect timing from BoA. Man, he's got some sixth sense. That was nuts. But this will unfortunately be defended and with no damage. And that always hurts as a Terran. When you commit to something like drop, you almost need to get something out of it. You know, like some type of damage, some type of scouting. And what did he see? He saw a pylon and a couple Dragoons, you know? Like, that hurts.
Yeah, but on the other hand, he has a Wraith, so that Wraith buys the time to not build an early EV, so he can make the trade like a mobile turret with that Wraith, so maybe, I don't know. And still with that drop, I like the dropship plays because you can hit like they can put like 2 tanks in the dropship and they move around with 12 vultures and try to snipe a far away nexus. It is really annoying to fight against, and Protoss don't usually expect it, and they force the Protoss to make an early forge that to spend a lot of minerals on cannons. So I don't know. It's really hard to defend all the bases without the cannons. And if you do that, you won't be able to move out or to be outside the entrance of the Terran. So
once again, though, BoA just has perfect Dragoon position.
Mine.
He was ready for this one. Oh, that mine, though.
Yeah, but good micro.
Yeah, good micro from BoA, good spreading on those probes. Man, BoA's just all over it. Third base up for Dandy, though. That's a really good sign. 2 Wraiths, completely prepared to defend drop. But Dandy will most likely start pushing up to the top side of the map to secure his own third. I like this, you know. Dandy, I think it's a good position on this map. You know, the close position vertical is kind of a narrow area for Protoss to try to defend from. So if you're able to really hold the top side of this map here, it's just good positioning for Terran players specifically. But BoA macroing up, playing very strong still. Has that 25-30 supply advantage. You know, much quicker third base. A lot of speed zealots that we see him just engage with so well time and time again. And that gateway count is just exploding at the moment.
So will this be the end of Dandy? There's a lot of units and a lot of supply difference, but there's a good position from Dandy's tanks.
Like I was saying, this map is very wide. You know, actually no, I was saying that about Wavelet. Never mind. This is actually looks like it's gonna be a little trickier for BoA to attack from than I had guessed.
Yeah,
Perfect.
very good position.
Yeah, very good positioning here from Dandy.
Yeah, I think he will be able to defend.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think BoA can pressure at all. Wow. I mean, that's thanks to the turrets, the supply depots, the position of these mines, the tanks.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Dandy's doing everything he possibly can to prevent, you know, a mid-game timing from actually doing some damage. And I mean, good for him. He's secured his third gas now. He's on 2 armories. He's getting those upgrades pumped out, and he's building up that tank count. Most importantly, you know, I think next step for Dandy here is he's going to try to slip a group of vultures out rather, and go try to get some harass or prevent a fourth. Because I don't think he plans on attacking here anytime soon. Meanwhile, 4th base going up at the bottom left, we see Templar have entered the composition. BoA already showcasing some massive storms earlier in the series, and I would expect more out of him. Gateway count, as we know, is up. We are about to reach max at 12 minutes, 15 seconds here into the game. Very, very quick max timing, as you'd expect from a player like BoA. 2 shuttles. Ooh, I like these sharking shuttles just moving around the map, looking for some damage. And remember, I think these have Templar in them.
Yeah.
This could be a swarm drop.
Oh, a lot of turrets. There. Okay. Oh my. Oh, okay. That's balanced.
That was insane. That was so many dead SCVs there. Does that put a timer on you if you're Dandy? Like, if you lose that many SCVs, does it just go?
I think it's even, to be honest, because BoA doesn't have any other expansions. So I don't think it's not good, but I think it's not bad.
I mean, BoA should probably is thinking about taking bottom left main. Oh, another storm drop going down on the third. Good catch by Mr. Ox here. And so many more SCVs have fallen. Jeez. That was okay. Now I think it's safe to say Dandy's gotta get something done here. His econ is in shambles. I mean, meanwhile, BoA just being smart, right? He hasn't traded anything this entire game. He's still got all those zealots, and it's mainly zealot, actually, looking at the composition. You know, not even 12 dragoons. So this is kind of odd. I feel like this is a lot zealot heavier than you'd maybe be used to, but you know, still plenty of units and something to be worried about.
Well, still think that he's on a clock because you gotta think in the late game. Even though BoA has a lot of bases, he needs upgrades and he needs carriers or something on mass shuttle. Because whenever Dandy has a decent eco and 3-3, it will be very hard to pull a win.
Yeah, very true. I mean, I think BoA just needs to trade right now just to trade. Like this is a lot of just zealots. I think he might be able to just get on top of these siege tanks right now if he went right now, but obviously he's got other plans. Okay, so maybe he's just waiting for these 2 shuttles and then he's gonna go. Because he's really starting to stack some resources. So is Dandy though, to be fair. 2 shuttles moving up to that 3rd base once again. I feel like he's just flying straight into these raids every time. Another shuttle going down. Oh, wow. Huge storm drop once again from BoA. I mean, these are just getting so much value. Here we go. Tanks out of position, completely on siege. This was not what Dandy was looking for. I mean, really, BoA's just trying to get any kind of trade he can here. I don't know, actually. Those zealots falling very quickly. Oh, I think we're getting some zealots behind, unfortunately.
Yeah, but upgrades are really strong for Terran.
Yeah, that definitely seems like it. Protoss kind of got melted there when I thought Dandy was way out of position.
Well, Dandy needs to play like defensive mode and take expansions on the bottom right if he wants to win this game.
Yeah, BoA's just got too much production at the moment. That's so many gateways spread between top left and bottom left. 5 bases. I wouldn't be surprised if BoA is starting to think about taking a 6th here soon.
A similar game was played between Light and Snow, where Snow took a lot of expansions and Light had just played defensive because he knew that if he moved out he would just die. So I think Dandy shouldn't be greedy and just take good trades and keep on expanding, because on the late game, if he doesn't have a really good economical advantage, Terran just overwhelms with unit quality. Plus, there are no carriers. There are no arbiters or things like that. He needs more Templars. He needs something to be able to fight that army. Oh, there's one arbiter.
Okay, that's starting to make a little more sense. But yeah, I mean, Dandy just seems to be getting the better of these trades. I don't know where all the units are for Protoss here. But you're right, there's no Templar with what we were seeing earlier. He's got these additional bases bottom left, but they don't seem to be bringing in any gas income. You know, we finally have an Arbiter, but Dandy's just starting to get that critical mass of tanks that's really difficult to deal with. Wow,
So-
Dandy. Oh man, is BoA maybe gonna break it? Oh, this is so close. No, I don't think so. I think Dandy's got it. Oh,
Yeah, I think-
I jinxed it.
Defensive
No.
matrix.
Oh gosh, that stasis should clean it up, I think. Units being rallied in from the bottom as well, and yeah, Dandy just barely overextended. Oh shoot.
Yeah,
Oh,
but still, I think if BoA doesn't attack Dandy's expansions on the middle and bottom right, I think he will be overwhelmed by Dandy's army. Oh,
I feel like he's just trying to survive at the moment. I don't know. This has been quite an onslaught here from Dandy. Here we go. BoA moving in again. That is a big tank line, but he's barely able to get on it. Good shuttle control. Oh man. I feel like there's just not enough Dragoons with these armies. It's just all Zealot for some reason. Wow,
He
good
doesn't make it.
trade.
yeah, he needs Templar though.
He does. I don't know how he's making it work without him, and with no Arbiter either, right? But he's barely doing it. Dandy is, you know, holding that mid right and now taking another base bottom right as well. Nothing defending it. BoA is not mining gas from mid left either. I just realized. I think that's why he's not making Templar. He just doesn't know he's not mining gas from that base. So that's why he was so zealot heavy as well, I guess. So we're definitely starting to see some clear lines in the sand here. Dandy trying to just content with cutting the map in half. Pato, like you were saying before, we're really starting to see that transpire, which I think is great. I think it's exactly what he should be doing. And yeah, getting some free pickups here with these vultures at the bottom side. This is great. Defending counterattack timing from BoA on his fresh new expansion. So, wow, really well done here from Dandy. So meanwhile, BoA's streaming in with more and more Zealots and Dragoons here. Just no Templar. All Zealot all day. The little quick boys just running in. They're quick. They're killing them. Storm.
What's the upgrade for the Protoss?
3-1. Okay. Not bad. Not bad.
But
Should be probably 3-3 for Terran, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so many Templars dead. You need
Yeah,
a
that
shuttle.
one hurts.
Yeah, you need a shuttle with those. What? Two brave dragoons.
Hey,
fighting
they're
against
killing the
Wraith.
race. That's kind of funny. Oh, and they're clearing the way for a Stormy Boy to run in here and
No,
possibly
the mine.
kill some more SCVs. Ooh, he did.
It's like they're running back with the ball,
Yeah.
like going to for the touchdown.
Yeah. Running the wrong way. It's too funny.
Okay, so storm drop. Oh, that is going to hurt. That is going to hurt. Remove. No.
Ooh. Yeah, that was a painful one. Wow. There's just so many units here from BoA. Even though Danny's picking up these little efficiencies due to the mines in the middle of the map. Wow! Another big storm drop.
And yet again.
Oh my gosh, he's just crippling Dandy's economy this entire game. This has got to, this is like one of the most annoying ways to lose, for sure.
Well, he needs to. The only way to win this game from Protoss is to just hit all the expansion, killing SCVs, and cripple the ability of Dandy to maxing out again.
Yeah, I
So,
definitely feel like that's what he's kind of doing here a little bit. Oh, that is a lot of tanks though coming in from Dandy.
yeah, but I don't think he will be able to build them back as fast as before, so he should be very careful.
Might have enough for a stasis. Ooh, okay. Dandy hangs on here. Oh, the Arbiter drop play. Not bad. BoA going up to 175 supply though for the moment. That's a pretty significant amount. You know, it's clear that his econ really hasn't been touched nearly as much as Dandy's has. Ooh, that could be a recall. We got 150 energy on that Arbiter. I think a recall play would be great here. Whoa, no mines placed, and suddenly BoA surprising Dandy with a small army bottom right.
Yeah, so I think BoA is going to win this.
Yeah, this is very painful, especially if he's able to grab this command center bottom right. I mean, Dandy needs to hang on to this base to stay in this one. Not seeing a lot of observers on the map here for BoA though. I feel like he could be a little more diligent about clearing some of these mines, but still, I mean, great play here out of BoA. Yeah, there's just, I mean, BoA's been so aggressive that it's been difficult for Dandy to really get a footing and kind of do any kind of harass of his own. And big amount of units for Dandy moving to the south side of the map here. Maybe he's going to make a play on trying to kill off BoA's most recent expansion, but maybe he's also just going to try to hang on to his own bottom right, which is probably more likely. And we have Stasis going down, Zealots being rallied in. I think this is the play. I think BoA's going for a big break here. A lot of Zealots now streaming in, but oh, good mine connections from Dandy, and that's a lot of Vultures chewing through those Zealots. Man, very good bold attempt here out of Dandy. I still feel like he's trading efficiently. And yeah, this follow-up group of... Oh, but there was the units behind, and wow, okay, GG is called. Man, what a game. What a game. Very well
Mini
played once
BoA.
again from both.
Mini BoA is overwhelming.
Mini BoA, that's a cute comparison. I like that actually. They both love their Zealots. We'll say that.
They're both American.
They're both American. We adopted Mini as well. He's now honorary American.
Oh, nation war. Okay. Bring Mini, Flash,
We sent out Mini.
Soma.
His profile picture is just him with a cowboy hat on.
Yeah,
Like-
eating a hot dog.
Eating a hot dog.
And a Bronco t-shirt.
I love it. I love it. Oh my gosh. I want to see that now. I feel like back in the day on Team Liquid, someone would have heard that on a cast and like photoshopped Mini like eating a hot dog with a cowboy hat on in a Broncos t-shirt.
No problem.
Yeah.
So, wow, abajo a la izquierda de color amarillo tenemos al Terran peruano que todavía no se logra reponer. Tenemos a Salty Dandy. Mientras que arriba a la izquierda de color grisáceo barra azul tenemos a el Protoss mitad coreano, mitad americano. Tenemos a BCL BoA.
And spawning at the bottom left of Polypoid as the yellow Terran, it is Salty Dandy. And spawning at the top left as the light blue Protoss, it is BoA. So game 7, they both are probably pulling out all the stops here. I wonder if Dandy's maybe holding some builds off that he plans on using during BSL. Think that's a possibility?
Yeah, he could.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility for sure.
He should.
I wonder if BoA is doing the same too, you know? But for some reason, like BoA, it feels like he just likes those early pressure builds, so I don't know if he's holding anything back here.
There's no secrets in the Protoss army.
Forward racks. This is a first out of Dandy here. This is usually to hold your expo a little quicker, right? Like for like a 15 cc or something?
Plus, yeah, if you do a 4 racks, you can also, if you scout a fast 12 Nexus, you can punish it. But if you make a fast cast, which he didn't, so yeah, this is going to be a 15 cc, no doubts.
This is kind of how I usually see Dandy play when he's trying pretty hard. So it'll be interesting to see what BoA is able to accomplish here.
Bueno, como decíamos, va a haber un command center rápido. Realmente cuando ponen un barracks ahí puede ser que sea para castigar algún tipo de jugada tipo 12 Nexus del Protoss, pero como no hizo un cast, sabemos que bueno, que va a haber un 15 command center de parte del Terran. Así que vamos a ver qué pasa ahora, cómo logra Dandy manejar esto, ¿no? Ya que lo encontraron rápido, pero vemos que no hay silot, así que pareciera ser que vamos a ver un partido más estándar. Recuerden, chicos, también que hay un comentario arriba bloqueado de macherino.com/tournaments 59652. Hagan clic ahí, por favor, y a la derecha van a encontrar un cartelito que diga Claim Code. Primero loguense con Google, con Twitch, con Facebook o la plataforma que quieran. Hagan clic ahí y eso les va a dar 30 centavos de dólar totalmente gratis por parte de ustedes a los jugadores. Es una forma de apoyar y que es muy altamente bienvenida. Así que si están en su poder, por favor tómense esos 15 segundos para darnos una mano y darle una alegría a estos jugadores que están brindándonos todo un espectáculo. Y no se olviden de compartir el stream y todo. Así que gracias de nuevo por estar mirando y apoyando, por supuesto. Gracias. Los queremos mucho.
I feel like it. Yeah, I feel like he is, for sure. I feel like Dandy's gotten away with a lot more SCVs at the start of this game. Yeah, I feel like Dandy's got a slight edge here. This is good. I mean, this has gotta be a little bit of a confidence booster for Dandy here. First time he's really showing off his build in this series, and it's got a pretty good start. One factory almost. It's semi-late, but he'll have a tank out soon enough that I think he should be able to hold this. Even getting that second gas at the natural, so he's feeling pretty confident. He does need to bring another SCV up, though. So this is a decent amount of repair damage, but we see that add-on going on, that factory. Actually, this kind of feels like it's starting to add up a little bit for BoA. We know that there won't be any more Dragoons, it looks like, or maybe just one more Dragoon following. to add some additional pressure, so it's mainly just going to be these 3, but it's still it's a significant amount for Dandy to try to repair here.
So really, it's a really standard game again. I think Dandy's playing really defensive once again. He's not good. He's really delaying a lot the 3-tank push. So he's going to feel like a siege mode thing again.
Alright, that tank, after an eternity, finally coming out. Will defend this bunker. Very nice. Very nicely done here. Oh, jumping on the tank! Uh-oh. Oh no. That's a little unfortunate. Man, BoA's just being mean today, you know?
Well, Dandy's timing is really off.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. Maybe he's in love.
Might be in love.
Oh, he could be as well. But I prefer the love
Yeah.
hypothesis.
I do too. It's just a happier story, you know?
Yeah.
Well, at least at the end of the night, you know, he's going home to a loving,
You
a
know,
loving
like
person.
holding a rose, looking through the window. Oh, Maria, when you're coming back.
Oh, Maria. ¿Por qué?
No. So you got all the soap, Peruvian soap opera.
Oh man, this is gonna be tough. We already see 2 zealots being loaded up with that Reaver. I mean, so many Dragoons outside the natural here. I feel like BoA could just drop on top of those 2 tanks on the cliff and, you know, end up killing Dandy here. This matchup's just so unforgiving to Terran. If you lose a tank early on, you are just frickin' behind. Oh, BoA going for harass. Very good control from BoA.
So the chat said hi to machine.
What's up, chat?
The more Latin American.
Good Spanish and English. Awesome. I wish I had better Spanish. I don't. I took enough years of Spanish, and I just barely passed. Oh man. I could say hello. Hola. ¿Cómo está? You know.
Okay, that's it.
That's about it. That's the extent of my Spanish right there.
Entonces podemos ver un partido bastante peleado. Los tanques de Dandy salieron demasiado tarde. Parece que esta vez no va a jugar a un push de 2 bases. Quiere tirar una tercera, ¿no? Es lo que debería hacer, está jugando súper defensivo. Pero no sabemos si eso va a ser una buena decisión. ¿No? Parece que BoA le está complicando mucho con su estilo de juego, ¿no? Y pensamos, ¿este será el verdadero Bilorder de Dandy o se está guardando sus movidas especiales, sus pasos prohibidos para la BSL, ¿no? O sea que si alguno de ustedes lo saben y si no les cuento, Dandy y BoA se van a ver la cara en los grupos de la BSL. Así que esto sería como un anticipo de lo que se viene.
Second armory going down here for Dandy in the main. Kind of leads me to believe he knows he's a little behind. He's just kind of, if he's going to win this, he's going to have to play it out from, you know, a pretty rough spot. So he won't be taking his third anytime soon here. Meanwhile, we have a lot of speed zealots moving in here for BoA. Second shuttle already completed. Ooh, and here we go. Looks like the big push is happening. Oh.
Yeah. No,
yeah.
Oh. Target fire, target fire. Oh, the Reaver, 2 Reavers. Oh,
Wow.
oh, that splash.
Oh my gosh, those Reavers just did so much damage to that tank line. What a push here from BoA. I feel like this is one of the best executed timings I've seen. Holy shit.
GG.
That was amazing play there from BoA. And BoA takes game 7. So BoA takes the series 6-1, pretty convincing. You know, I kind of think I was saying it at the start, but a lot of people sleep on this guy just because you don't see him pop up and stuff very often, but he's a high level Protoss, and you know, definitely a force to be reckoned with. So congratulations, BoA, and well played.
Sí, igual, como decíamos, chicos, recuerden que esto, si bien es por plata, el premio va repartido en partes iguales entre los jugadores, así que por eso la hipótesis de que Dandy tal vez se esté guardando, o se pueda estar guardando o no, puede ser que no, algunas estrategias para la BCL, ¿no? Donde hay más plata de por medio y bueno, y van a jugar de nuevo, así que vamos a ver qué pasa. Aprovecho también para mencionarles y recordarles nuevamente de que si hacen clic en el link que está en el chat, machirino.com/tournaments/59652, ahí lo tienen arriba a la derecha en el chat, ahí como pegado. Hagan clic ahí y cuando hacen clic a la derecha aprieten el botón de Claim Code, que es una forma de apoyar a los jugadores. Es básicamente con hacer solo clic ahí, que les toma 15 segundos, no más que eso, le van a dar 30 centavos de dólar a los jugadores, que va directamente al premio para ellos. A ustedes no les cuesta nada, solamente son 15 segundos, hacen clic ahí y ya están ayudando a los jugadores. Así que pónganse las pilas, apoyen, compartan y muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Un abrazo para Atlex y todo el Salivale Crew que está mirando atentamente.
All right, guys, those were great games. I just want to say that BoA's builds seem to have surprised Dandy. His decision making inside the game just seemed so flawless. His micro and macro were just so good. What a shining star in the foreign community, and really proud that he plays Protoss. So I wish him the best of luck, as well as Dandy and group, I think it's E of BSL. They should be playing on the 17th. I think it's a best of 3, so you guys just got spoiled with 7 whole games. We'll see what happens though. I think it's possible for a player who may not be as good as another player at a certain time to win a best of 3, but not be able to win 7 games. Do you guys think that's a controversial point?
Well, I don't know. I have my doubts, to be honest, but
because you just need 2 good surprise builds sometimes, right? And just play 2 really good games. Whereas when you have 7 whole games, it feels like, you know, it really tests your ability to beat your opponent. I'm not comparing our events with BSL, by the way. In a tournament format, a lot more is, you know, riding. And BSL, for anybody watching, biggest international foreign star league. You can sign up for it yourself. All ranks are involved. The games get casted. Check out TL or Reddit for more information. But yeah, Pato, what were you gonna say?
No, that it's a particular spot, because when you play a tournament, it's always about the decision about the build, and if that build is going to give you some edge or not, or if it's a good call or a bad call. Remember the ACL finals between Larva and Mini, where Mini decided to go 2-gate in the middle while Larva did a 9 pool. He explained why he made that decision, and just Larva just countered that thought, that strategy beforehand, and it was like marvelous, and it gave him the tournament.
So, and what format was that? Was that a best of 5?
Yeah, best of 5 or 7. I don't remember.
I mean, like, what comments do you guys have about just like the format, the importance of it, the role of it? If you're playing a best of 3 versus say 7 games, 9 games, some people seem to think the more games you play, the more it determines who's really better. Dewalt, for example, is hailed as the best foreigner, but he's never won a BSL season. No diss to him, but he's been knocked out before, right? In a best of 1 or best of 3. So it seems to me that the format plays an important role, and also the event too. Something like BSL is such a prestigious event that I imagine you would be much more nervous playing that. So there's some people who can control their tournament nerves much better. Boneth really comes to my mind. He seems to be a guy who can play under pressure really well.
Yeah, he definitely does. I mean, I think you could also argue that his best matchup seems to be PvP too, which is why maybe some people give a little more credit to Dewalt being, maybe the best foreigner.
In terms of being able to beat more foreigners. Or
more foreigners, have better records against some foreigners that maybe someone like Boneth might notoriously struggle with, but I don't know.
I mean, it's interesting when you're talking about what determines who's better, right? Because when it comes to that little debate example between like Dewalt and Boneth, I've always said, well, Boneth holds the titles. He has over 4, I think, or at least 4 BSL number 1. It was just Terra that won it. He's one of...
How do you argue with that, right?
Russian Cyber Games, I think he was 3rd. Dewalt has won a Russian Cyber Games first. I think Dandy was 2nd in that. If anybody's interested, by the way, there's a nice biography of Boneth on Liquipedia. I helped write it. We're still trying to update it, but you can actually check out all of his stats. And he's won quite a bit of money for like a foreigner in this old game, you know, tens of thousands of dollars actually. And quite recently too, in the last like 2 years, he's made some winnings. And I remember he commented once with us that he's using it to put it down towards like a mortgage or something like that. But anyways, my point is, when it comes to like winning events, he's certainly proved himself. But then there's still people who say, you know, it's Dewalt, and Dewalt has probably less events to point to. It's an interesting debate. I don't think there's any real answer, like what measurements you use to determine who's better. I think all the foreigners are just great to watch, and they're all so good. And sometimes it matters, you know, small things like what day of the time it is, what kind of day that person had. They could be tired and stuff. But in the long term too, you can kind of see patterns emerge, right? So Dewalt is able to deliver a lot of results. Bonnet. BoA has never really disappointed. I think he's done really well in BSL and stuff. Dandy is a really consistent player. He plays every day. So, yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about, guys.
No, I mean, I definitely get the argument. You know, everyone likes to talk about Dewalt versus Boneth because I think most would agree that there's a pretty clear separation from there, or at least it feels like there's a little bit of a separation in the foreign scene. But it's just fun to talk about what ifs and whatnots. I think, which is kind of cool.
Speaking of what ifs, we got Dewalt versus Ample. They're just getting ready. Dewalt had to do something. He said he should be available in about 10 minutes. Pato Machine, if you guys need to take a break, please feel free. I'll be around.
I will take a nap.
I think I'm gonna grab a quick bite to eat. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, no rush, my friend. And feel free to eat, of course, while you're casting.
Of course.
Just don't
try
choke.
Not to, though.
It's all good. We're just here to have fun, guys. No pressure.
Alright, I'll be right back. 1 minute.
Thanks for anyone.
Chicos, en más o menos 10 minutos va a estar listo Dewalt, está terminando de hacer unas cosas y va a empezar el segundo showmatch entre Dewalt y Ample. Para quienes no conocen, Ample es un pro gamer coreano, ex KTF del equipo de Flash, una bestia realmente y uno de los mejores Terran que vi jugar en mucho tiempo. Así que en mi humilde opinión, es un mejor Terran que Scan u otra gente, pero eso es mi opinión, no se vayan, si no tienen sueño, quédense a ver este showmatch que bueno, que va a ser imperdible.
Hello, Pato.
Hello, Mr. Kwark. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm just hoping to join you for the second cast.
Oh, nice. So, you just arrived just about time. This is going to be a great game, a great series. Sorry.
I hope so. I'm always happy to cast any Dewalt games.
So, you're familiar with Ample?
I am. I played with him a bit, but it's I'm not as familiar with him as I am with Dewalt. I don't know much about his playstyle versus other professionals.
Well, he played a series of show match against Dewalt, and he displayed a really great Terran mechanics. So I'm really looking forward to this series.
Ample is in the channel, and we're waiting for Dewalt.
So are we going to see an Ox build on this series?
And would it work on Ample?
Would it work, the Ox build?
It
For people who don't know,
work,
it's a Kwark build, and it's designed to, I guess, Kwark. Why don't you explain what it's designed to do?
well, it depends if we're going to see it. Honestly, if we're not going to see it, then there's no point.
Well, you can popularize it through our wonderful stream.
I could. I honestly don't know. I asked him to do it against Scan, and he did, but it had a 1-in-1 success rate. He used it once on a map that was meant to be used on. It worked great. Once on a different map, and not so much. But
yeah, the second time was on a 4-player map, and I think you said it's not intended to be used on that because the chances of getting scouted are slim. But I think Scan did scout him first.
yeah, but then his Zealots were home. They didn't intercept the Marines out on the map. It's
a build that requires intense micro and decision making early on, right? Like you have to react in the right way and at the right time.
You do, but I don't know how intense it is. I mean, you just follow the build. If I've done it 100 times, so it's not.
Yeah, I remember that game. It was on maybe Good Night, and Dewalt was at 10 o'clock. Scan was at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
And he lost his Nexus, unfortunately.
Yeah, Scan played it very well. I mean, if Dewalt does use it again, then I'll take it as a huge compliment that he believes in it, but I won't be so surprised if he doesn't.
And it's designed to basically get Terran to attack you because they mistake it for a... Is it a 12 Nex?
Well, it is a 12 Nex, and they mistake it for 12 Nex, but it's the 12 Nex that has no probes, only units, versus a 12 Nex that has economy. But
it's cool.
We will see if he uses it or not.
I love people who actually take it to that next level of thinking about builds and trying them out. I think that's just really fascinating.
The problem is I can't win by being better than the other players because I'm not, so I've got to do something. Got to trick them in some way.
I'd also be really interested what like the Korean pro gamers do to like invent those builds. I think I may have mentioned before that I'd be super interested in an article about basically which builds we can attribute to like which players in the past, but also any information about like the process, the thinking process. I don't know if the pro gamers brainstorm, write things on paper. Like, how do they go about creating a meta or a build like that? To me, it's just fascinating, and I don't think I've read much about that or listened to any discussions about that since I started following StarCraft since last year, I guess.
Yeah, there was a really clever build that Mini used against Zero on Eclipse in the Round of 4 series that was broadcast a few days ago. I don't want to spoil it for anyone in chat, but it was very well timed out.
Spoiled for everyone. Do you know what he's talking about, Pato? Did you watch it?
Sorry?
Do you know what he's talking about? Did you watch it yourself?
I didn't listen, sorry.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Go fuck yourself, Pato.
So,
When
sorry,
Protoss is talking, nobody's listening, but...
No, I was doing another thing. Just
No, I'm just
my
joking.
mind. It's not personal. It's just a long day. I didn't have time to.
I think he was talking about Mini versus Storm?
Mini versus Zero.
Zero.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
PvZ on Eclipse, where Mini's build was like timed out perfectly.
Oh
to...
yeah, to Gateway.
Thank you, Pato.
Yeah, I didn't want to spoil it too much.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
funny
yeah.
how sensitive of an issue that is. I became aware of it on like Reddit and stuff. People were like screaming, "No, don't spoil this." I don't actually follow the Korean scene at all. I do read the TL write-ups. Big shout out to Blindrar and Ziggy and other people who do that.
Well, I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
He's already on the finals, so no shockers there.
Another shocker for anybody who hasn't been following it. Dewalt's in the house, guys.
Stop following us. I will spoil everything. And you know the Game of Thrones final where...
Alright, we should be starting in 2 minutes according to Dewalt.
Sweet. All right, here we go.
That's a quick bite.
Yeah, made some. Well, Maria made some meatball grinders tonight, so they were pretty good.
Alright, so predictions, guys, in terms of scores. Dewalt versus Ample.
7
I
games.
7
I think
games.
2-5, maybe 3-4. Ample wins.
Yeah, I lean towards the 2-5s, but maybe I hope it's not like a 6-1.
What's the map pool, if you don't mind me asking?
What do we got here? It's mostly ladder. Eclipse, Ascension, Goodnight, Largo, Wavelet, Revolver, and Lemon. But if the players agree, they can always pick whatever they want.
Okay. Shall we ask him to do the build on Eclipse? Eclipse is where it's best.
What build? Sorry.
The build we
The
used on
Ox-
Ascension.
The Ox
last time.
build.
The actual.
The Ox build was the one on Ascension. The Kwark build was on Goodnight.
Yeah. The Kwark build.
Scan had stopped that build. I think it was on Goodnight, but it had worked on Ascension.
Which
Yeah.
server are we on?
I see.
Yeah, Kwark was saying, no, not on this map.
US West.
Not on this map.
Okay.
I have a screen share on Discord.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Ample is obviously the heavy favorite here. My guess would be like a 5-2, 6-1 for Ample.
6-1.
6-1. That's pretty confident.
Yeah. And I'm giving one is because I know that the world is really good. If it was any other Protoss besides Dewalt or Bonnie, I will give like a 7-0. No hesitation.
Okay, I've spoken with Dewalt, we may see it.
Coach
Oxford.
Kwark arrived on the channel.
Yeah,
Just,
right.
just listen to me, boy. You have only one chance. One chance.
I mean, that's how I felt on the Ascension game. The problem was he couldn't hear me, but I was there, just begging him to do certain things and not other things.
What map should I make, guys? Yeah.
Clips. Start
Yeah, I
with
think
clips.
Eclipse is a good one to start with.
And they want TR16.
A fast like punch in the face with that build order.
Was the Ox build the uncommitted 12 necks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the Kwark build, guys. I'm just joking about it.
Yeah. That build blew my mind last time we saw that. I was like, whoa. Protosses need to pick this up.
Nobody seems to, like, yeah, I do it on my stream all the time. I refer to it as a build that always wins, and it always wins. I'm like, yeah, I did the build that always wins, so of course I won. Nobody's ever come to me and said, hey, can I have that build that always wins?
That's funny.
It's a perfect ladder build though, because it only works the once, but on the ladder, nobody knows who you are, so you'll get your one win. I'm not going to be able to use it in BSL this Sunday though, anything like that. If I try on Ultra, you will be familiar with it.
Yeah, I'm sure Ultra's seen your stream a time or two.
Yeah, I think TR 14.
Alright, and spawning. Oh.
Yeah.
Alright, where are we
Yeah.
gonna remake that?
Yeah, that was a bit too laggy. It's a high micro build though, so we'll see how it impacts the players. It may favour Protoss because they're very tanky units, but who can say?
I don't think I've ever
And
made
wait,
10.
It's
If
not
Ample
as bad
says
as
10, you make
Yeah.
10.
Yeah,
what can
he
I tell you
probably
guys?
knows what he's talking about. Yeah.
This guy was in Flash's team, apparently, guys, so...
Well, how often does he play really laggy games though?
And he said
It's-
friend. That's the equivalent of the English buddy, which is kind of hostile or indifferent. Hey, buddy. So... Alright, guys, we're TR10.
We are
That's-
TR10.
Hopefully it won't stay at TR10 for the entire show match, but I can't see why it wouldn't. That's kind of shitty for the players, honestly.
Well, we are off to our first start here.
Yep.
Dewalt versus Ample. I mean, it looks fine, right?
Yeah, it looks
Oh,
playable
he's
for
just
sure.
tried 12, 14. He wants to know if you want to try 12.
He's asking Dewalt. I don't think Ox can even talk
Okay, got it.
because he's an observer. They don't allow.
He said next game.
Oh. He's
Okay,
asking Dewalt if Dewalt wants 14 but, or 12, but Ample wants 12.
I don't blame him. It looked fast enough that we could do 12. So. All right, at least we figured it out now, and that was early enough that it doesn't matter. We're just, getting into the best possible game we can now, so this is fun.
Pato, you were supposed to be the wizard, man. You're supposed to tell me that was gonna happen.
So I don't introduce because I know.
I feel like when Ample joins the game, you're just like whatever he wants, like like sure, let's go, Ample. Lead us to the light. Alrighty. Alrighty, here we go. The actual game 1. Ample versus Dewalt. On Eclipse, spawning at the top right as the blue Protoss is IRK's Dewalt. And spawning at the bottom left as the red Terran, we have Ample.
Spawneando arriba a la derecha tenemos al Protoss ruso de color azul. Tenemos a Dewalt. Oh! Oh! He's waiting for it, but he can play. Let's play. Money. Miren ese inglés. That English is refined.
It is.
Where's Dewalt's pylon?
We don't need pylons.
Yeah, who needs pylons?
In Mother Russia, we just build 10 probes and win.
First step of the build is gateways by the ramp. I don't know if he remembers how to do the build. It's very sad. Or it might be just not the build.
It might just not be the build, yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like Kwark is like
No, it's the build. He's got no gateway.
take an exam
Yeah.
and say, okay, no ramp, no gateway on the ramp. You fail.
He's queued up his 12 probe. This is the 12 Nexus.
Okay.
Okay, so he's doing it. Yep, he's doing it.
So maybe he messed it up then, like you're saying.
I did ask him
How
if he wanted me to
significant is
type it
that?
out to him again. It's gonna make his units at the ramp a little bit late, but we'll see. It's not like the top left on Fighting Spirit where the ramp is a very, very long way from your Nexus. It shouldn't make the hugest difference. So yeah, this probe's going to mine one crystal, then come back and build a gateway.
Wow.
But then the thing is, it has 150 minerals as the probe hits the top of the ramp, which is where the gateway's meant to be. But he had to use a different. I have it all
I
mapped
see.
out. It's you don't need to send another probe to build the gateway because the Nexus probe has time to get one crystal and then it will be at the top of the ramp.
Got it. So that is actually pretty significant then.
I mean, it doesn't make a big difference, but it is not optimal because as I said, this build was like the most mapped out of any build, and I have the gas timing so that you have exactly like 156 gas when range is needed, for example. Okay, so he's found the SCV. That's good. Now give me a Zealot and a core. Perfect. And 3 probes on gas.
Meanwhile, for Ample, we see that SCV scout. He knows exactly what's going on here. Sees that early Nexus. Only 1 on gas, signifying he's built that factory. Is most likely going for an expansion of his own after factory.
But it's going to be bunker rush into expansion of his own.
And it's not gonna work, right?
I'm going to go ahead and say it's not going to work, especially in turn rate 12, but who can say? So the second Zealot is on the way. The first Zealot's going to come out and try and intercept the Marines. Second Zealot is being built and range is about to start. Moment that 150 gets spent on range. And then there's going to be about 100 gas when the second Zealot finishes. You're going to start 2 Dragoons at the same time. But what we want to see is this Zealot against the Marines. The Marines have no SCVs in front of them. Does it intercept them and how does it do?
Oh, getting a little bit of damage on one Marine there.
I normally sack it to buy time, but we'll see. Okay, he's now has 2 Dragoons building and a pylon at the natural. The pylon at the natural is going to help reduce bunker damage because the bunker's going to split its damage. May save enough time for the Dragoon to save the Nexus. We will see though. He's not getting as much done with this Zealot as I was hoping.
You think
First
it should have
Dragoon's
just
done.
died?
I normally just sack it, but we'll see. We have 2 Dragoons, we have a Zealot. The Zealot's not doing anything. Second Zealot just given up, it's gone away.
Oh, bunker not finishing in time before 2 Marines fall. Actually, 3.
Yeah.
So not the worst, I feel like. for
No, he
Dewalt
needs to
here.
pull those probes, but that bunker's not going to do very much damage. It's going to split. Those probes need to be pulled. He can't afford to lose. He doesn't have any probes. Okay, so we're looking at a 5 minute 8 second. He lost 2 probes there for no reason at all. 5 minute 8 second range timing. He's building a probe out of that next as well. That probe's never going to finish Dewalt. That's where the probes are all dying.
Yeah, even if it finishes, then it's just susceptible to die.
Okay, so 5 minutes 8 seconds for the range.
Oof. 1 Dragoon falling though. 2.
Oh, this is
That's painful.
yeah, it's not optimal. Okay, we have range, but we don't have enough Dragoon to kill the bunker. If he still had 4 Dragoons right now, there's only 2 SCVs there. That bunker would fall. He has taken away the SCV or the Dragoons that would have killed the bunker. Don't
Yeah.
super understand it. Like
Ample already
it would have
taking,
survived.
Yeah, it would have survived. I definitely, because that would have been the DPS needed to really.
Yeah, it was safe. It was fine.
Shoot.
I mean, look at it now. Oh, he can get them to shoot at the Dragoons, I guess, but they're just going to attack it with the even means. It would have survived
Shoot.
easily.
Oh,
You saw those 4 Dragoons just absolutely destroy that bunker.
Yeah, definitely did. Shoot. Not the best opening here for Dewalt. It was very, very close though. I think he can still play from here, but any disadvantage against a player the level of Ample's a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, it is a disadvantage, unfortunately, as you said. It's because he lost the Nexus. He also lost an extra 2 probes that he didn't need to lose. But we will see. It's not unplayable, especially for a player like Dewalt, but it's not what we were looking for. Now, one thing you can do here is follow up with a Bulldog, because you have all these Dragoons that you want to get some value from them. So
and
you
you
can,
got the Robo, it looks like.
yeah, you go for the Observer to clear the mines, then you just pump out 4 Zealots and do a Bulldog follow-up.
I wonder if that's what Dewalt will end up going for here.
It's not really his playstyle, unfortunately. So I'm expecting him not to. But it's possible.
You think he'll likely just clear the mines and then try to take a 3rd, or?
Yeah, that's more his playstyle.
Got it. Okay. So probe transfer going down to that natural. Second Nexus should be up shortly. He's down 6 supply, which isn't, any disadvantage in supply in this matchup is a little rough. But still, it's not, big deficit by any means.
Yeah, the issue is going to be his worker deficit. It's he's going to have fewer workers than Ample. We've got Ample has what 3 vultures, 3 tanks. So tanks are what 3 supply apiece, or are they 2?
I think they're 2.
Okay, so we're talking about 6 units, 12 supply. The rest is like most of the SCVs. Ample's like 40 plus SCVs.
40 SCVs.
Yeah, Dewalt is. Okay, yeah, he's just taking a 3rd. How many factories do we have from Ample?
Oh,
Second
just
factory on the way, with an armory on the way. So it's. I mean, this should be safe. Especially if he follows it with like a Reaver for map control, and doesn't lose the Reaver. But it's not a advantageous build order. I really don't know why he attacked with the Dragoons when his range was at 99%. That's.
Yeah. I mean, it must just be a miss micro. They are playing in turn rate 12,
Yeah, if you go into the range of the bunker and turn rate 12, you're not getting out. It's just the nature of the lag.
Yeah.
So his pro production's been good otherwise. He's
it has
recovering.
been good. We see that support bay. That's kind of nice to see. So it will be Reaver follow-up.
Yeah, and there's no missile turret, so he really should be able to get his observer in there and actually count the factories, look for the starpot. Which he's not doing.
He has, yeah. He's kind of just keeping it there. I wonder why, but you're absolutely right. Usually that's the first thing I feel like most Protoss do when they get an observer and they're, to their opponent's base.
It's surprising how many don't, honestly. They like to make assumptions, but I just... I see this often, and it always frustrates me, because there's no way he can know exactly what Ample's doing. He hasn't seen the army, he hasn't seen that there's no starport, and there's no reason, there's nothing to stop him seeing. But some players just like that observer outside the base.
I mean, I kind of understand that, right? You get to at least see when vulture move-outs happen with that, but that's the only reason, really.
Well, I make 2 observers. I have one outside the base and one inside. It's because I mean I like having an observer outside the base, but
Yeah, it's
you don't
nice.
have to choose.
That's too funny.
Like, he would like to see the CC, for example. I mean, apparently he already knows he's just going to take a 4th, which is exactly the right thing to do. The question is, like, how does he know? Because
Yeah.
Apple's playing like super passive here. He's just going to go for 2-1 and a 3rd base off of 3 factories. This is like very textbook what Apple's doing. But that means that Dewalt should be able to do something about it. He wasn't in position ahead of time though, because he wanted to be stopping Apple from taking this position, using his Weaver just to load and unload. Oh, there's going to be turrets there. Oh, no, there's not. Okay.
Yeah, there's kind of not. Oh, and no tank sieged within range as well, so... Oh, man, that's really unfortunate. Never like to see
I'll take
that.
it. That's fortunate for me.
Yeah, I mean, he only killed 1 SCV, but I guess forcing the lost mining time is pretty significant.
Yeah. He didn't have range at the time. He's just got his range now, and he's going back for a 2nd Weaver, then he'll do it again, and he's taking a 4th base of his own. So he's staying ahead in the tempo. The question is he going to have what he needs to actually hold a 2-1 push? Because that is going to be what
Yeah.
Apple's going to hit him with. We have that 2nd armory. I'm assuming the science facility is about to finish. Yep, there it is.
We'll probably get more Reavers out of Dewalt in order to try to hold the timing. But
He does
that's
like his
also just a
Weavers.
guess. Yeah.
The
Yeah, he
problem is
definitely does.
that you need to progress as Podos to deal with the Terran upgrades as they get better. You need to move towards Speed Shadow with Storm, or you need to move towards Arbiters, or eventually Carriers. And if you don't progress, then you find yourself in a position where you can kind of hold the 2-1 push, but you can't hold the 3-2 push. Now, he might be going after the armies here. Or the first shuttle's going to die, but it's going to drop units on the turrets, and it's going to get the 2nd shuttle out, is how this is going to go. 2nd shuttle should make it.
It did make it, you're right.
Yeah, and he is after the armies.
No way!
Yeah,
You
beautiful.
called it? Oh my gosh.
And then
Keep
that
it
one
like
zealot
this.
is killing the turrets, and then the Reavers will be able to escape.
Whoa, that is a Gosu play out of Dewalt here.
Dewalt
I
has
can't
played this game before, and you can, if you know him, you can see it before it's going to happen because it's what he does. But it's
That
okay.
was
These Reavers are
flash.
not going home.
No, but they're still getting some significant damage done here. Forced another SCV pull. Ooh, big detonation on the mineral line in the main.
And it has just absolutely destroyed Ample's timing. Ample no longer has a 2-1 timing, which means that Dewalt can just stay on gateways against him, which is where he's at. That was a very, very cool play.
Yeah, that was an insanely cool play. I mean, those armories are going to be so delayed, those upgrades. Even though Ample's on 3 bases, I mean, he's just not going to really be able to put any significant pressure on. Meanwhile, other side of the map, Dewalt's already been on those 4 bases. He can now start to think about a 5th. Like you said, Kwark, he could just be happy being on gateway tech now, knowing that, you know, there aren't any significant upgrades for Ample. This is like 500 IQ play here from Dewalt.
Yeah, the only thing he has to be sad about is that he lost his Reavers because he did clear the way out, but then he thought he could get more damage done in the main. He got a good hit on the SCVs, he forced an SCV pull, but I think he could have saved the Reavers.
Yeah.
Because it's beautiful to watch when he does it as well, where the first shuttle goes in and dies, but it gets the 2nd shuttle in, and on the last zealot out of the first shuttle just opens the path back, and he just escapes with both his Reavers. And you look at the thing, he wasn't punished at all.
Yeah, that would have been nice. I wonder if he was just going for depots in the main or something, but still, it's easy to do. You see it with Zerg players and mutas. Like most of the time, the right call is just back out. You know, you get your significant damage, and then just getting out with the mutas is fine. But you're always just like, maybe I could kill that too, or another depot, or they have an SCV building something, and you end up losing them.
Now we're seeing it with the supply advantage and the upgrade advantage. Normally the Terran at least feels safe because they've got the upgrades, but in this case, they don't even have that. So, especially with Dewalt adding High Templar to his army won't die as quickly as Ample needs it to. he'll be able to just take a fight with Dragoon, High Templar, Shuttles, and Zealots. And normally, like one C-tank volley and all the Dragoons are dead, but this game, not so much.
And that's scary with Protoss as well, because a lot of the times the Zealots don't even need to do damage. As long as they exist next to other units, Splash will kill those units for you. So, like, I feel like upgrade advantages for Protoss scale really well in this game.
Yeah, he's going to 6 Nexus too. He might struggle to spend all this money, honestly. Because the question is, does he have enough probes to have probes at all of these bases? But 6 bases, especially on different sides of the map, is very good to have.
Here we go, Zealot Bomb opening the way. Templar, Storm, big storms going down.
Yeah, he's not even... This wasn't an attack, this was just him messing with his opponent. But it worked.
It definitely worked. Oh,
And
Templar even unloaded in the main too.
Yeah, I don't think he has energy, but he's just messing with his opponent.
That's funny. That's really
So,
funny.
the problem is he's got all this income, but 2-1 is going to be finishing right now, and the Ample doesn't need to attack on 2-1. Ample can think, you know what, you're in a very strong position, I'll just wait for 3-2. And once 3-2 is done, he can wait for 3-3. The Terran never actually needs to attack.
But then, I mean, it just buys more time. Like, Protoss can now spend resources getting things like carriers, arbiters, you know, additional upgrades, taking the map. I don't know. It's definitely an advantage for Dewalt here.
Yeah, although he's going 1 Stargate Arbiter. I'm never a fan of the 1 Stargate Arbiter play. I see it a lot, and it's like they... let's cast the battle first, I think.
Okay.
Ample has a lot of blocking buildings here. I don't know that Dewalt can actually do much damage. I think he might just be trying to pull Ample's army around to delay the taking of the 4th, but it's not going to work.
Yeah, he definitely just kind of bled out a lot of units there. And you're right, he's definitely not going to end up delaying this 4th. Ample already has it and can now start to pressure that 12 o'clock base of Dewalt.
So Dewalt's not mining gas at a few of his bases, and that's because he doesn't need it, because he's only going 1 Stargate Arbiter. But like Arbiter is such a powerful unit, I can't imagine any situation in which you don't want multiple Arbiters. It's like it's every stasis needs to hit. You need to stasis 2 units with an Arbiter to make the Arbiter worthwhile, and it gets 2 stasis spells, so you need to hit 1 tank with each for it to be worth. It's a 4 supply unit. If you get 2 tanks and stasis, you're done. That's fine.
Why not change into carriers? In a position
He doesn't have enough upgrades at this point to change the carriers, but Arbiter's great. It's
okay.
people know like the 2 base fast Arbiter build, and they think, well, Arbiter. Okay, I built my 1 Arbiter. That's fine. You need more than the 1. Do we have energy? Do we have 150 energy? Yes, we do.
We do. Massive recall. That is a lot of Zealots.
Yeah.
It feels like too many Zealots, honestly.
Yeah.
I think they're just gonna get trapped here.
Well, the addition of storms in the shuttle was nice, at least.
Oh, that is nice. I didn't
Yeah.
realize that.
They'll be able to remax pretty soon anyway, because Zealots are cheap. But yeah, they're not doing the damage you would have liked to have seen this year. He can remax it. And also, Zealots are not necessarily the unit he wants. He got them while he was going for like an early 200-200. But if you remax, you might go for fewer Zealots. Except he's on 3k and he's not remaxing. Well, come on.
Yeah, I feel like he's forgetting to mine some Vespian Geysers here or something, because he's just endlessly low on Vespian, but stacking 3k. And I don't know if Mass Zealots are really going to do much to this.
Oh, he got EMP. Okay, this game might be over. He's behind on... Okay, he has spent the money, but he doesn't have any spells for this fight. This isn't where he wanted to be. It is only 2-1, it's not 3-2, but it's...
What happened? He was in such a good position.
Well, he only had 2 Arbiters, one with Recall, which he used, and one with Stasis, which got EMP'd. So now his army has no spellcasters. This is why I build multiple Stargates. Because the fast Arbiter build, yes, it says Arbiter, but you can go Arbiters. You're not limited to the one.
Oh shoot, this is unfortunate. Dewalt definitely had such a strong lead here.
Didn't
But
have the
this,
gateways.
yeah, it doesn't have the gateway count. This rally is just going to be completely stopped. And Ample taking command of this game.
There was no reason for him to lose that Nexus at the start. There were 2 STVs repairing the bunker, and he attacked it with 4 Dragoons.
Ooh, nice storm play coming in here from Dewalt, trying to clear some of these tanks. But yeah, GG is called. Ample takes game 1. Wow, what a crazy game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Dewalt did really well, but we have to remember that started with him losing his Nexus, and also a bunch of probes. He was at a build order disadvantage that game.
Very true. Very, very true.
Didn't have to be.
We called it out. Like he, lost a good amount of probes. He was down in supply. Ample's command center, second command center, was well in time with that follow-up Nexus, and still Dewalt pulled it back. Yeah, that was incredible. I feel like you said, if he had maybe that additional Arbiter play, he was in a fine position to really take that game, which is a crazy thing to say against a player the skill level of Ample here. So very, very well played there from
Yeah,
Dewalt.
the Armory snipe was beautiful. That was a fantastic play. Really enjoyed that.
Yeah, yeah. And it looks like game 2 will be on Ascension.
If I'm ever in a position that Dewalt was that game where he had like 6 gas bases, I'm going 4 Stargate Arbiter. Like, maybe even 5 Stargate Arbiter. I'm not going to be worried about having too many Arbiters. It's just such a good unit to have. Yeah.
That's so funny to me because I feel like I don't know. Whenever I definitely see a lot of Protoss lose, occasionally late game PvT, and one of the reasons is like when you have like 10 arbiters, like they just don't give you, I feel like, the same value that maybe additional carriers or something like that would.
And when you have 10 Arbiters, you stasis the entire Terran army, then you just go around and kill their bases. They can't even build units because they're maxed out. It's...
Okay.
I mean, that's like a joking example, but that's how much stasis you have at that point. It's ridiculous what you can do with that much stasis.
Got it.
Or like you recall their base, and then if they push you, rather than going back, you can just recall your army home.
Oh, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I don't really see recall used that way very often, I feel like.
Well, the issue you have with single Stargate Arbiters is you end up doing what Dewalt did, where you do a recall, and then your army doesn't have the Arbiters. You have no stasis support anymore because you had to choose. You used your recall, and now you don't have your recall anymore, or now you don't have your Arbiter energy anymore. Whereas if you have multiple Stargates pumping Arbiters, you can cast all the spells you want. You can recall, and even if the Arbiter gets killed on the way, and it doesn't matter, you've got more. So Dewalt going for 12 Nexus again. Interesting. I wonder how he's going to do it though. He might just go back to his standard 12 Nexus. 12 Nexus, even the way that Dewalt normally does, it's very strong on this map, because on this map you can drill them as they come through the narrow point between your natural and the middle of the map.
We actually saw that out of BoA, the last series we just casted against, Dandy. He just kind of did a probe drill and ended up semi-holding with that. It ended up being pretty successful.
Yeah, if Dewalt goes 12 next on ladder, that's how he does it. But it looks like he's gonna do it. Yeah, he's gonna do my one again.
How can you tell? Like, what's the difference? At
He's
the start?
not building probe.
Oh, okay.
He's cutting probes like crazy.
That's crazy.
He's just being nice.
So SCV will be coming down here and scouting the bottom left side, get a quick scout off. So I feel like this build would, you know, he's not obviously scouting and counting probes or something like that in the main. He won't be like, oh, this is the random version of this. In fact, doesn't even go in the main. Sees the gateway timing, sees the nexus, and he might be... I feel like whenever they're being a little too sneaky like that with the SCV, maybe they're going for a bunker rush or something. I don't know.
We will see. The question is he still building Marines?
Yep,
Okay, he's
looks
still
like
building
he is.
Marines, so I mean he wants them for some reason, which means that yeah, we're going to be looking at a rush. Because if you're just going to counter expand, you counter expand ASAP. You don't need to build any Marines because there's nothing that's going to be pressuring you.
So Dewalt sending out his scouting probe. Will scout Ample's base right away. And
Yeah,
I
and-
feel like once he sees this Marine count, he should kind of know.
Yeah. Marine needs to turn around. Sorry, Pope needs to turn around, and then Zealot is looking to intercept the Marines. And I'd like for him to sack it this time, honestly. We haven't seen an SCV pull. Okay, there we go. There's the SCV pull. If the Zealot just intercepts the Vulture, that's not going to be what we were hoping for.
I think that is what's going to happen, though. Shoot. So he knows it's coming. He sees the SCVs. Who's all doing a little bit of damage to some of these Marines.
Yeah, because we could have 2 Zealots right here, and we don't, but the Dragoons are going to be on their way. Yeah, this Zealot is, he didn't intercept the Marines, and that's unfortunate. Now the Dragoons are done. So Bunker's being slowed down.
Being so far forward, though.
Yeah.
Oh, but he is getting on top of these Marines pretty well.
Zealot has gotten lost in the middle of the map. It's still just wandering around.
I think it's
it's just chasing things. But all the Marines are dead. And he's got 2 more Dragoons coming, hopefully.
He killed the Vulture with the Zealot?
He missed a pylon. He was supply blocked for all this time. He didn't build a pylon. That's why he only has 2 Dragoons.
I think he killed the Vulture with the Zealot in the center.
Yeah,
of the
it
map.
looks like he might have, but also like he's missed. He missed the most important pylon of the game.
That's funny. That's really funny. A lot going on.
Yeah.
He held, right? I feel like if I'm Dewalt here, I'm pretty happy about this.
I feel like I gotta watch like Dewalt's first person and get on voice chat with him and just talk him through what he's doing. But yeah, he held. Just like, buddy, pylon, you gotta build up. Oh, you're supply block.
Well, he's pressuring in here a little bit with these Dragoons.
Yeah, I mean, he's got ranged Dragoons against a town he's only got vultures, and that's always nice.
He knows there's mines though. I don't think he's gonna try to pressure in.
Oh, he's going to try and do this micro in turn rate, and he does that micro in turn rate 12. He's,
Wow.
I mean, yeah, he's won, but I don't know how you do that micro in turn rate 12.
Yeah, I don't either. Holy crap. What a freaking play. Uh-oh, we do not want to let these Vultures in there, but he does a perfect job targeting.
That was beautiful.
Oh my gosh, man. Dewalt making this game look simple.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, yeah, he was supply blocked for the entire match, but on the other hand, he gets behind, gets mined up, and then he just kills all the mine. Oh, he's going to get the first tank. Without the tank, there's no way you can fight Rage Dragoons. That is one of the things about this build is because the Terran is so much slowed by doing the bunker rush, and because the Protoss isn't at all slowed by going to Nexus, because you go for the fastest possible core and Dragoon range, you get Dragoon range when they have absolutely nothing that counters range Dragoons. That's one of the like cool things about the build, is that your Dragoon range timing is as fast as it can be, and their tank timing is just not there.
Got it. Wow. Dewalt taking game number 2.
With the Kwark build, I think that was the biggest sell of the Kwark build.
That has to be the biggest sell. Like, even beats Ample. You know? Like, what else
He didn't
could you
build a
want?
pylon, so he didn't have his 4 Dragoon timing.
Maybe he's optimized it, you know?
What, to have like a 300 mineral bank right at the start?
I mean, clearly it throws the Terran's timing off, not seeing those additional Dragoons, you know?
Like, if I used it on Good Night, I'm going to be upset. It didn't work last time on Good Night. It occurs to me that we've been casting only in English and that we have some Spanish-speaking viewers. If Pato's here, he can cast for a little bit. I guess it's just us. I don't want to see it again. Not on a 4-player map.
I do. I want to see it all 7 games, every game from now on.
It's so crucial to have the Zealot intercept the Marines on the map, which incidentally didn't work this time. Now you don't really
time, right?
You don't really. The Zealot had no spirit the first time. He ran into the Marines, did like 2 hits on them, then he just ran around. Eventually died. I just sacked the first Zealot. If you get it on the Marines, it just slows down the push so much that even if you don't get that much damage, you have an extra like 2 Dragoons by the time the push arrives. Because a bunker rush with no Marines isn't really a bunker rush, it's like an SCV rush.
Yeah, it
That's
really
nice.
That's a funny way of putting it. It kind of is. It's kind of an SCV rush. Not that SCVs aren't scary. They're definitely scary.
Yeah. I'm told they're the worst worker, which makes sense because they have by far the most health and also the highest DPS.
Yeah, and the highest DPS. Repair each other the quickest.
Yeah, I mean, I can't contest that they're the worst worker based on the numbers. It's...
Oh boy, so is this gonna be you think another 12 next here out of Dewalt?
I hope it's not, but let's see how Dewalt spends his money. If he spends... Okay, no, he's going Gateway.
Okay.
I did tell him off after he used my build on this map last time.
So
He might do a different version of a Quick Nexus though. There's like the 16-16-16 build that he could do. Actually, I think there were 4 16s in the 16 build. Oh, that's an early probe scout. Interesting. I never normally scout this early in PvT because there's nothing that you're really looking for. Okay, he's going for the Zealot. That makes sense. So he needs to send the Zealot to attack. So yeah, he does need to scout. This is going to be multiple Zealot Dragoon.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that like one of my philosophies with probe scouts is that if there's no action you actually take when you find out where they are, you don't need to do them. If it doesn't change your build at that stage in the game when you scout, then don't bother with scouting that early. But in this case, he needs to find out where his opponent is because he's doing the Zealot probe attack.
That explains why you don't see a whole lot of quick scouting off of things like 12 Nexus. Nothing you're going to see is really going to affect the opener.
Yeah, you're basically locked in. You're doing whatever you're doing, they're doing what they're doing, and it goes how it goes. So the question is, how many Zealots are we going to be looking at? The core looks like it started, so it's going to be maybe 2 Zealot Dragoon. I can't see the first one though.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. Maybe it's just now finishing up or something like that.
Yeah, based on his supply, he's definitely building one. Maybe 1 Zealot Dragoon. I don't know about this. I do have an opinion on this, and I don't especially like it.
Well,
So 1 Zealot Dragoon. He's going to go for a quick range, I'm assuming. Yeah, okay, there's his range money spent. But, I mean, he scouted on 11 to get this information, and I don't know what the information has done for him. He knows where his opponent is, but he lost his scout probe. His opponent's going to go bunker and tank. They're probably going to skip vultures entirely because they know Dragoons are coming.
He's also keeping the Zealot back.
Yeah. I don't know that this provides any value, this build. He was down a probe when it was actually like a valuable thing. Every probe mattered. Did he cancel his range? Can we take a look at his core? He cancelled his range for Citadel. Okay, so he showed Dragoon range, chased out the SCV, and then immediately cancelled and went back to Citadel.
Maybe that kind of makes sense why he kept the Zealot back then. It's just to prevent scouting.
But I mean, this build's all over the place. This isn't like no part of this is optimized. This was the late core. The SCV wasn't driven out by the Dragoon because the Dragoon didn't exist. There's range wasn't fast enough to punish a bunker.
Doesn't have the gas to make the archives right away either.
Yeah, no part of this is optimized.
Could it
He's,
be to maybe throw Ample off somehow?
No, I think it's just he's freestyling. Unfortunately, it's okay. So he does have tools here that he can use. The reason that his archives was late was because he went for Robo first.
I see.
So
okay.
it's going to be probably DT drop into 2 base up. That is the thing that makes most sense based on what he has here. But I mean, Ample can see there's no Dragoon range. And he's going to see also there's no Dragoons. He knows that Dewalt gas is somewhere else.
I see.
Yeah, like he's.
So that Vulture Scout was pretty significant then.
Yeah, I mean, just seeing that there's no. If you see there's no Dragoons and there's no Dragoon range, it's pretty suspect. If put it in like ZVT terms, it's you've Zerg's been mining like 2 gas for a long time, and yet somehow they have no mutas. You're like, okay, hold on. How many lurkers do you have? And like, where are they?
Got it. Okay. Huh. Well, this is gonna be a little surprising. We see there is an eBay for Ample, so he, theoretically you could have some turrets to defend here, but it's, it could be easier said than done. Actually,
we're going to see mines inside his base as well, waiting for like anything to come out. Yep, here we go.
Wow, that's a really good call.
I mean, he knows that he knows that there's been a lot of gas spent somewhere. If it's DT just walking across the map, great, he's got mines for that. If it's some kind of Reaver drop inside his base, he's got mines for that. There's going to be a DT drop inside his base, but mines are probably good against that too. He just immediately repairs the...
Repair the turret? Oh!
Yeah.
It does fall though.
It does.
Oh
Okay.
my gosh.
So, complete disaster. However, he does see the dropship, so he can at least reduce the damage he takes from this. His Dewalt SimCity isn't great. By which I mean that he doesn't really have one. The vultures, if they get in, there's no Dragoon range and they can just move around freely. He will have observers at least, so that's nice, but I mean this build just hasn't worked for Dewalt. This is a failure. And yeah, this is going to do enough damage to end the game. His Dragoons are stuck in the natural. Those 2 Dragoons finish at a pretty nice time. They finish right before the mines go down in the outside the gateways, but these vultures are just so cheap that it doesn't actually really matter. He's already got his value from them. He already laid mines everywhere. He already used the vultures to DT drop. These vultures have actually, they've completely extracted the value that he wanted from them before he even does this drop, and then he kills like another 6 probes. It's fantastic for Terran.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, Dewalt is so far behind at this point. I don't see much hope.
No, his mining's very discombobulated, especially in that main. Only 1 on gas, not mining 2 patches at the bottom. Against Amplo, who, I mean, completely has optimized his mining at the moment. Oh, another drop, even moving around towards the south side of the map now for Ample will go unscouted. And this could be, this could be the end here.
Yeah, Dewalt's got a decent building wall below his nexus, but there are gaps in it, so the vultures will still get in.
Bunker does fall. There's only 1 siege tank, but well, not really moving in with it. I feel like he could have just tried to jump on that tank real quick.
Yeah, he's going for it now. He's going for the jump, but Dragoons do 10 damage a hit against SCVs, and SCVs have infinite hit points, so you don't really get the same punish that Ample's about to get. Ample's drop is going to do way more than Dewalt's pressure.
Wow, yeah, this 1 tank, 2 vultures in the main. Doing some great damage. Wow, another Dragoon even falling. And Ample surrounding these 3 Dragoons in the main with SCVs, they will eventually fall. But not before a significant amount of mining has been lost here for Ample.
But I mean, the difference is that the Terran loses mining time, while the workers kill the units. The Protoss loses units.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
True. Man,
SCVs
yeah,
are so strong.
They really are. The worst miner though. Oh geez, so here we go. Shuttle moved across the map. It's got a Reaver in it, but I mean, as we know, there's already a turret ring set up for Ample. He's got, you know, plenty of siege tanks, vultures to try to defend this with. No observer.
He can build one wave. One wave will shut this down completely. He's not doing it, but all it would take to stop this is a single wave.
Yeah, it would be nice. We see plenty of those raids used nowadays to try to thwart this. Okay.
He's getting some value, but he's not getting enough. Does Ample have an armory? He must have one, but I haven't seen it yet. He does not. Okay. So this is 5-fact no armory, just going with siege tanks, vultures, and comsat. This is like a Terran's get out build. You get so much power so early, and it's very difficult to stop unless you use Reavers perfectly on high ground. Because the Terran has so many more units than anybody would expect. It's the number of units you get if you skip armory and if you delay academy is crazy.
What's the thought on killing those mines with scarabs in the main? Yeah.
I don't know about that. So Dewalt needs to get like the best scarabs of his life because he's got 2 gateways against 5 factories. So in terms of unit production, he's not keeping up. And we can see this difference. Ample supply has just suddenly gone through the roof. That's 5 factories for you. And I don't know if Dewalt saw it either. I mean, it looked like he wants to take an expansion. And what he needs to do is be stopping this. He doesn't know this is coming though. Like, if he intercepts his dropship, he's just going to lose his high ground. It's nice that he's trying to catch this, but also like there's something else going on here, Dewalt. That was a great scab. Yeah, if his dragoons were all up here on the high ground, this would have been a different spot.
Ooh, big scarab detonation there. Oh, nice. From Dewalt.
Yeah, that evened him up in supply, but he's lost his high ground.
Yeah, those dragoons having to attack in from the low ground are not gonna have a fun time.
Yeah, if they can cut off reinforcements, that will help slightly, especially if he gets his SCV so there's no turrets. But we'll see what happens.
Losing this observatory is pretty painful at this point.
Maybe he's just happy it's not the Nexus. It's the observatory taking one for the team, buying a bit of time. Okay, is he going all in?
Counter, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but okay, I mean the sea tank's already in position. It's not like he can really break that with Reavers, but also it's
Just not
I
gonna
think
work either.
yeah, it's just not going to work. I understand it's a Hail Mary play, but also it's I don't know he's going to get the value he's looking for. Yeah,
So
that's
here we
GG.
go, Dewalt moving in. Yeah, this is gonna be defended from Ample, his own natural, and GG is called.
That build from Dewalt, start to finish, I don't understand it. He went for the very early probe scout, which and for the gateway no gas second pylon, which makes sense as a like Zealot goon opener, and then he didn't do the Zealot goon opener.
Maybe he just has some nerves, you know? He knows he's going up against the likes of Ample, and he's trying to give our viewers here just the greatest show for StarCraft in the history of StarCraft shows. And
Maybe, but I mean Dewalt's no stranger to playing live or to playing Korean pro gamers.
true.
Like 2600 MMR, there's basically nobody else he can even find on ladder. It's...
Very true. Very, very true.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that particular build. Because there was no way he could hide his lack of range. Ample was always going to realize that there should be dragoons attacking his bunker and there weren't, and then that when he went into poke with the vulture, confirmed no range and also he confirmed no dragoons. So it's not surprising that Ample just immediately locked down his base with mines, turrets, and took no damage because he was never going to take any damage. It's the kind of build that you like get away with against maybe foreign Terrans, but you try it against a pro gamer, and they quickly work out what you're missing and what you can have.
Here we go, game 4, spawning at the bottom right as the Black Terran, currently up 2-1 in this series. It is Ample. And spawning at the top left of Largo as the tan beige Protoss, it is Dewalt.
Cross map on this map, I think, is going to probably favour nobody. I expect Dewalt to do one of his more standard builds, possibly a 12 Nex, which will be cross map would be nice for that. I don't expect him to do anything like super early pressure, which means that it shouldn't play that much of a role in hurting his build in that regard.
And that's just because of the size of the map, Largo?
Yeah, Largo's a very big map.
Yeah, it seems like it's very big, very open. Securing that high ground in the center is seems to be, you know, pretty key, not unlike Shakura's Temple. So yeah, I could definitely see what you're saying there.
Yeah, it's also, you often end up in a situation where the Terran takes their 3 bases, but unlike Polypoid, where your 3rd base established you on the high ground, and there's a low ground middle. On this map, the 3rd puts you on the low ground next to the high ground, which is not advantageous for the Terran. Dewalt not taking his gas, and not building a pylon.
This could be
okay.
Nexus.
Yeah, it's going to be the 416s build, I think.
You know, BoA did this build twice during the last series, and it kind of threw me off because I see it so rarely.
It's brand new. This ASL is when the build first got seen.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
it's straight out of the build order kitchen. It's a brand new build. So the Zealot's going to do. It's a much safer fast expand opener. You can't really bunker rush this one the same way that you can bunker rush a 12 Nexus, but it is still a very quick Nexus.
I mean, it makes sense, right? You're getting the gateway first. In like layman's terms, I feel like even a Zerg can understand that, but I don't know. It's funny that we're doing this just now for some reason.
Yeah, the Zealot's going to do no damage at all, but at the same time he's cross position, so it's not going to hurt him. He's going to be able to get out a second Zealot now that it starts. I like from the SCV scout time that he worked out that his opponent had to be bottom right. Because SCV scout times are pretty standardized. Like an SCV arriving at your base is like 220 if it's first position, 240 if it's second position, and so forth. So he knows where the opponent is, and he's just going to send the Zealot to confirm. But the probe's coming home.
Well, we see one SCV coming down to join those two mains. Nope. Actually going to run by him.
Ample wasn't expecting the Zealot to be there at that time because the Zealot was heading into bottom left. It's the Zealot should be scouting bottom left right now and then starting to make its way to bottom right, but instead it's over here causing trouble. So this is great for Dewalt. Dewalt has safely established 2 Nexus. He has double probe production, and the command center is just starting now. Also, the Zealot getting in provides a lot of scouting information. He saw that it wasn't going to be like a quick starpot. But the Ample does have quite a bit of gas. What are you going to do, Ample? Dewalt's going Robo. That has to be a Robo, right? Below the core. Okay, I like this. There's not going to be a rush, so he doesn't need Dragoon range. He thinks that Ample's going to slow this game down, and so he's just going to get his tech timings out. That is very correct, and it's a difficult call to make, that whether you're going to go for the Dragoon range or the Robo.
Good pull forced with that single Vulture and gets out alive.
Yeah, Vultures never die.
They're just too quick.
And that medium size reduces the damage from the Dragoons too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's only 20 or 10 damage or whatever.
It goes down to 15 because you take a 75% modifier against medium with explosive.
Okay.
Vultures take reduced damage against all the things that are meant to counter them. Like Hydralisks, vultures take reduced damage. Dragoons, vultures take reduced damage. Tanks, vultures take reduced damage. They're just the best unit. So Ample's taking map control with mines and vultures while taking a very quick third CC, so that's his plan to catch up. He doesn't just want to take his natural and be even, he wants to take a third base and be ahead. This can get punished, especially with what Dewalt's done. If Dewalt had gone for range, then Robo, then he would be stuck with a lot of dragoons that would be very dangerous, but they couldn't see anything. Instead, he's going to have the quick observer, and then the range is going to catch up around the time he needs it. So that is kind of perfect for him, as long as he immediately scouts it.
Now, as Ample, would you be worried about taking this low ground mineral only? Like you said, it's right next to high ground. It seems like the ideal base for really any Protoss to kind of break.
Well, the advantage of being Terran is that if you lose control of a base, if it's completely overrun, you just lift it up and fly it home. And Terrans can make mistakes all day, and they never get punished.
Because their buildings fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't even kill their workers, they've got too many hit points.
Too many hit points. It's true. I mean, look at Terran versus Terran matchup, you know, what is the counter to siege tanks? It is SCVs. We see it time and time again.
Yeah, and other siege tanks. The only thing that can beat siege tanks is siege tanks.
Yeah.
So this is pretty great for Ample. He's going to get away with this. The first observer didn't cross the map. It was going on a minesweeping expedition. Second observer is going to cross, but it's going straight towards the natural. So Ample's going to catch up with this. He managed to take 3 command centers off of a single factory.
It's a little unlucky. I feel like, you know, Dewalt definitely was not expecting such a quick third. But somehow Dewalt has sniffed it out, sees the tank positioning. He has to know.
Yeah, but at this point you're like, oh, you got away with 3 command centers off a single factory, did you? Okay. Well, that's that's unfortunate. What does he do? There's no counter.
Do you take a fourth? Is that a counter?
I mean, yeah, he has to. He has to just go recovery play. He's not going to be able to punish. Incident, this is exactly what seeded to me when I did this build to him. First time I tried this build, I was playing against Yumbo Sung, and he did this exact response.
Here we go, big timing.
Oh, the Bulldog did not work at all. Yeah, I think that the Koreans... look at that turret. That's the observer bug turret bug.
Observer bug. Disqualified!
You do the bug. You do it on top of a building turret.
Yeah. I don't think so, but it doesn't matter. Was it? It was just sitting there? Really? Okay. That's funny. That's funny to me. Okay.
Okay, the Marines have cleaned it up, but and Apple's just looking to close it out again. He's doing another factory flood. This is like a dandy build, and Dewalt has no observers inside there, so this should work. Yeah, we've got 1 armory. He's not going to a starport. He's just going to do like 10 fac on V base.
Jeez. He's just macroing it so cleanly. I don't know how he has so many units, so many SCVs.
He took 3 bases off of 1 factory, 1 tank.
I guess so. I mean, that definitely, you know, helps the econ department for sure.
Yeah, this is exactly what seeded to me when I did this build. So I think that Koreans think that quick VCC is the counter. Because you can't pressure the Nexus, but at the same time, the Protoss player, they have 2 Zealots, they have a few Dragoons, but they've done all this on 1 gas. They don't actually have any ability to do any counter pressure either. So you just lay some mines, take a Nexus, or take another 3rd command center. And we saw how easily it worked.
How long ago did you play C, by the way?
It was like a month ago.
Shoot, that's awesome. I didn't know he was playing at the moment.
Yeah, he just came back to streaming and ran into me on like his first day.
Oh.
No, I smashed him. Easy. Easiest win of my life.
actually got to meet C in Korea. Yeah.
We all met C. Yeah, I met him in Paris and we
Yeah.
played a bunch of games after.
Yeah, he's a super nice guy. He actually snuck out of his gaming house for the night to hang out with a bunch of foreigners during IFL back in the day. He was so cool. I mean, he was a young kid back when I saw him, like young kid. So he was still going up and moving up in the world.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I met him at Paris Blizzard Invitational 2007.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
No, we've all met C.
He was one of the rare ones that used to interact with Quarantine back in the day.
Okay, so this is kind of all in by Dewalt. Let's see how it
Yeah. Big Reaver Scarab, I like that. I mean, getting a good amount of these tanks, but it's not going to break. GG's called, and Ample takes game 4. Wow.
I like how he dropped the Reaver and then immediately picked it up to dodge the. He fired one scab, picked it up to dodge the C-Tank response, then dropped it again, but it wasn't enough. Quick free SCC does appear to be the decided upon counter for the 16 next.
Yeah, it's a pretty good observation, honestly. I mean, it makes sense to me.
Yeah.
You know, you're getting such a quick Nexus. There's got to be a give and a take to it, and the take is you're not going to be able to hit any type of early timing off of that, so...
Yeah, I mean, you can't know that the Terran's doing it, and then let's say you get an observer out, you've got you need, if you sent the first observer immediately there while building a second observer then is used for clearing the mines. And while you're clearing the mines, you build a shuttle and 4 zealots. You could maybe get away with a bulldog on it, but that's like the only possible way that you could actually be there in time. Because we saw Dewalt rushed out that observer. He went robo before range, but then he cleared the mines, and then he found it. But by the time he found it, he didn't have any tools to defeat it. Yeah, he couldn't even go quick free Nexus himself because there was a mine at his third Nexus site.
Really? Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
I mean, they might be tuning into ESL, you know?
Yeah.
I'm sure that's
just
where
to see
Flash
what
gets all
foreigners
his
are doing.
inspiration. Yeah, just like they just tune in and just laugh. Like, it's like instead of going to a comedy show, they load up ESL. Like, it's just funny. We're definitely mean. Alright, Wavelet spawning at the bottom right as the Red Terran, currently up 3-1 in the series. It is Ample. And spawning at the top left is the Blue Protoss. Looking to make a big comeback here. It's Dewalt.
We've seen Dewalt play pretty well on this map previously. The game with Scan that we cast, I think 2 weeks ago. I liked his play a lot on this map. He took a quick 3 bases. He was able to do a lot of pressure. His play was pretty clean. It was pretty smart. So we're going for a 12 Nexus. That's what we're doing.
I love it.
He's going to be rewarded. This is probably going to be a Dewalt cross 12 Nexus rather than a Kwark 12 Nexus, and he's going to be cross map, so this is pretty optimal.
And you say DeWalt 12 Nexuses are the greediest 12 Nexus you could possibly go for.
Yeah, it's
just overprobe, quick Nexus, you know.
Yeah, like
no chance of
Nexus,
ever
Gateway,
holding
Pylon.
anything.
Yeah, it's got. You need the extra pylon because you're just not stopping on the probe production. Takes a second gas so that he can go Robo and Dragoon range and Mass Dragoons at the same time. Oh, please don't do the Kwark 12 Nexus again. This is a 4-player map. Okay, there we go. We have a 13th probe. We're good. Oh, and we have... Okay, this is the counter to 12 Nexus.
Just quick command center.
Yep. CC before Vax.
What if Dewalt went 3 Nexus before Gateway?
I mean, that would work for sure.
That would be ludicrous.
Yeah, you see, look, he's added another pylon before taking his gas,
Okay.
and he'll make up for that by going 2 gas once he has a natural.
But this still does not pair up well against what Ample's doing here.
And what Ample's doing is, it's ideal. He's not cutting anything at all. Yeah, this is gas. And Ample should still make it like a bunker and a few marines just to be safe, but Dewalt's going subnet his core before he even built his first Zealot. Look how greedy this is. It's just like a 20-minute no rush build. Okay, yeah, I'll get my... Okay, he's finally started his Zealot. He started his first Zealot at 3 minutes and a second.
I mean, this looks good in every way for me, for Dewalt, you know. I get that Ample has such
as
a quick
greedy as he
command
is. Yeah. That's his problem, is that he's going to find out that Ample has been... I mean, Ample doesn't even have a bunker. He's starting one now.
Jeez. So, Ample, you know, going to get scouted out here from Dewalt, but at least Ample still has no idea what to expect out of Dewalt. Is at least making that bunker. No range at the moment from Dewalt. Oh, I guess he just doesn't have the gas. Okay.
Yeah, because he delayed his gas to get more probes up. But now that he has more probes, he can take a second gas to get his robo if he wants. Or he might just take another Nexus, honestly.
I want to see that. I want to see another Nexus.
I mean, that is really the counter, is... At this point, he's recognizing that his 12 nex economic advantage doesn't exist because his opponent is as greedy as he is. Did he counter the first Zealot is the question, because I can't see it.
I think he did. I haven't seen any Zealot on the map. That might be for the quicker 3rd Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, Zealot would have done nothing.
So you weren't joking. This is the greediest opener I've ever seen a Protoss
Yeah,
get
he
away
hasn't
with.
started his range. He's got 3 nexuses on 1 Dragoon.
Is he gonna go Robo before range now?
There's a good chance.
Wow.
There we go.
Oh, what are you doing? Yeah, he did. He did too.
Yeah, he hasn't even taken his quick second gas because he doesn't need to rush the range in his opinion. He needs the minerals for his 3rd nexus. He can go back for the gas.
Wow, this is awesome.
Yeah, he is so greedy.
I mean, this is exactly what I wanted to tune in for. So I'm
Yeah, there we
loving
are.
every bit of this.
He started his range at 4 minutes and 5 seconds. If he did my 12 nexus, his range would be finished like now.
Jeez. Okay.
But I mean, I would have 50. If you look at his supply, he's got 42 supply. He has 3 Dragoons. That means he has 36 probes at 5 minutes.
Now, if you're Ample, after recognizing the start, what's the follow-up? Are you going for a quicker 3rd? Are you like, this is cross map, so I'm assuming he goes for a 3rd rather than
machine
2
shops,
base?
but there could be just double defensive double machine shop, so he can get his mines and tanks quickly. Because if you're Ample, you're feeling pretty good about how the start went. You did get away with like a 14 CC, so I don't know. I mean, he didn't see the 3rd nexus, but he also saw that inside the base there was no Dragoon range, no Robo, no units. He has to suspect it. This is a weird spot. You don't often see players playing like a 10-minute no rush game. I don't know exactly who's ahead in this kind of game. It looks like he's starting another CC now though, on the high ground. Okay.
I'm gonna go with my boy Dewalt. I think Dewalt's ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Dewalt was mining his 3rd nexus before Ample started his 3rd CC.
Good scan from Ample, seeing that Robo, that gateway count. Yeah, I'm not, like you're saying, I'm not exactly sure what Ample is expecting here. Does he already expect Dewalt to have that 3rd or not? Here we go. Oh.
Okay, finish the wall with pylon. Thank you very much, Dewalt. Nice and safe.
Very nice block there from Dewalt.
So yeah, hopefully the Dewalt's first observer will just cross the map immediately and reveal that Ample doesn't have anything. Is he going to try and do a mine jump, do you think? Yes, he is. Is he going to get away with his mine jump? Doesn't matter. The observer's here. So yeah, at Dewalt, I would love to see that first observer just crossing the map and seeing where Ample's at, because he needs to know.
Yeah, he needs to know if this is two-base timing or if this is a
Yeah.
quick third.
And you can use your second observer to clear the mines. The first observer, it doesn't have time to waste, but it looks like he's going to use his first observer for mine clearance.
So a little bit of a misstep there, but hopefully it doesn't end up costing him too much. Maybe he's doing this because he wants Ample to feel like he could possibly pressure right now. I don't know.
Yeah. Dewalt's struggling to spend his money as well. He's just added a few more gateways, but he's got 3 bases, he's got a good saturation, so like he's got a lot of income to work with.
He needs to add a 4th, but obviously he can't know that.
So far we've seen 1 Dragoon die and 1 Vulture die in an 8-minute game.
Yeah,
That's-
this is really like BGH, No Rush 20.
Yeah. No workers have died yet. Actually, 1 SCV died. The Scout SCV.
Ever since you mentioned it, I gotta say, I feel like Dewalt has a tendency not to go in with that first observer. We see that observer once again just idling outside the natural, hasn't seen the third, hasn't seen factory count.
Yeah, and it's
I wonder if
weird
that's-
because Largo we saw no starport, just mass factory play. We saw on wasn't Revolver, it was Goodnight, starport but no armory. It was just mass factory play again. And if the opponent does go mass factory, you need to know about it. It's such an early timing, you cannot resist that timing unless you scout it. So we are going towards Arbiters, but this is 3 gas and it looks like it's going to be 1 Stargate Arbiter. I would love for it to be multiple Stargate Arbiter. Okay, here's come some kind of attack. We've got Zealots in a shuttle, we've got Speedlots, we've got a lot of Dragoons, and we also have floating buildings from the Terran. And if there's one thing that Dragoons love to shoot at, it's barracks.
Just big meat shields. Like, hey, up here, hit me.
The Dragoons just hate them, I don't know why. It's just... Dragoons see a barracks and they're like, I don't care what else is happening, I kill that barracks. That's what I'm here for.
Wouldn't want to give him any Marines, you know? Here we go. It's time. Yeah, fuck you, barracks. Die. He
on
really
fire.
is just like
They
doing
hate it,
way
they hate
too
it
much
so
damage.
much.
Like,
They hate that barracks, man. They hate it.
it's actually hilarious that you called that before the fight even happened, and then
I've played PvT before. I know that. I know how this goes.
oh my gosh,
here come the speed
Dewalt
bumps.
somehow, you know, still doing some really good damage here.
Yeah, he's reset the tank count entirely. I think that Ample may still hold. If you look at the supplies, Ample's got plenty of stuff, but it's...
A lot of SCVs, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, Dewalt's in here with a bunch of Dragoons that can not even kill SCVs. It's going to be tanks on the high ground, so what's he actually going to achieve?
Oh, I mean, actually, this is still enough space to where he's picking off some more SCVs.
Yeah, he's killed
But
like
yeah.
1 SCV. He's lost 2
Yeah, you're
Dragoons to it so far.
You're right, you're right. You should just back up.
SCVs are just ridiculous. You're like, oh yes, I've made it into a... I mean, if this was Vultures, the game would be over. All the workers would be dead.
Oh my god, he has not killed an SCV.
It's
It's
crazy.
actually getting a little ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy. It really...
There we go, I saw one die.
Yeah. For his like 8 Dragoons after busting his opponent. Oh, I was going to say he got a set. No, Ample's repairing them. He didn't get it. Okay. Gonna get that one? No.
Oh,
Yeah, you see, I played PvT before. I know how this goes. Firstly, you kill the barracks. And secondly, you don't kill any SCVs.
well, he did kill that barracks, so there will be no more factories for a little bit, at least. I guess that's one thing.
We set the tank out. We set the tank out, so that's important. But
Yeah. Oh, never mind, he remade the barracks, the most important unit in the army.
okay, so he has 1 Stargate and he's building an Arbiter. Now, I mean, Arbiters are good, but Arbiter not as good as Arbiters. It's-
Why
I
not
did-
carriers? I want to see carriers. We never see them.
I don't know if this is the map for them, and also like going carry if you get scanned, you can get timing pushed quite easily.
Okay, I see.
But you need to double up that pylon immediately. Okay, good job by Ample blocking the probe. Build a gateway. Build a gateway. Okay.
Oh, that was a very nice wall.
We can see that Ample was trying to make sure that didn't go down. He attacked the probe manually just to make sure that the probe didn't place the pylon. Dewalt sent a second one. So Dewalt's going up to 5 bases, and he's got what 4 gases, and he's building a single arbiter at a time. This is okay. Second Stargate. That's what I wanted to see.
Okay. Seems like he's listening.
And then a third Stargate, Dewalt. You've got the gas for it. You can afford it.
But you definitely wouldn't start getting like air upgrades at this point and going.
You could
carry?
start air upgrades at this point if you wanted to eventually go carry, but arbiters are they're enough by themselves.
Okay.
You just need to make sure that you can stasis the whole Terran army. It's no good having like 2 arbiters and one of them gets EMP'd or something like that, because then you can't actually kill.
Do you ever stasis the science vessels?
Yeah, I mean, I go so many arbiters, I stasis everything. I don't care. Oh, that's a great stasis.
That was a great
Okay, the Dragoons are on the barracks. Let's see if they can get it killed.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
barracks is going down. He's got it. Okay, barracks is dead. Mission accomplished.
That is so funny.
Yeah, this is how PvT goes. Dumb fucking matchup.
I mean, he is just overwhelming Ample here. What an incredible job.
I mean, that was a good stasis. And then the Shatter's coming in, putting the Zed off the top of the tanks too.
Ample looks like he's gonna keep trying to fight this, but man.
Armories take full damage from Dragoons. Those are the ones you want to go for. But the SCVs are repairing the armies. There's no counter to SCVs.
No counter.
The army's just still alive.
It is still alive. He's gonna finish the upgrade. I bet he finishes the upgrade. That's so funny.
He's down like 100 supply, but he can keep his army alive. Yeah, Dewalt's given up. He's like, okay, you know, I'll just kill the factories. I can kill them.
Yeah, I could definitely kill those. There's no SCVs next to the factories. Like, GG.
Yeah, the Dragoons can't kill the SCVs, and they can't kill anything near the SCVs.
Wow, that was probably my favorite game of the series for Dewalt so far. That was just a solid play.
Yeah, that was a good macro.
Very good macro, very good decision making.
Well, he must have had like 60 probes by like 6 minutes. It was.
Yeah, it was incredible. That third timing just was so quick. Prevented any type of vulture run by. You know, the walling, as you mentioned, Kwark, at 9 o'clock was down to the very last second, but he still got the second probe there in time. Prevented any damage from that. So yeah, Dewalt playing like he really wants it, and he deserved it. You know.
Yeah. We saw double machine shop, double vulture upgrades for the map control and for the pressure from Ample, but yeah, the pylon walls just completely shut it down. There was 1 Dragoon in the gap defending the third base, and Ample killed it with mines, and Dewalt just closed it with pylon. Okay, we've got close spawn this time. If Dewalt tries his super greedy Nexus again, then it may not be as good.
That's just because there's 2 entrances on this map, or is it
I'm
just way
thinking,
closer?
I mean, it's just closer. It's more vulnerable. Anytime you go 12 Nexus and it's cross spot, you're happy about it. Because Terran won't scout it first, and if they do scout it, it takes them much longer to react. Yeah, that was the greediest 12 Nexus known to man. He built no Zealots, and he built a third Nexus up of 1 Dragoon with no range.
Delayed his range, got his robo first. Yeah, that was one heck of a build. I like that one though.
Yeah, and we saw Ample do the greediest thing Terran can do, and it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I was concerned when he was going command center first too. I was thinking maybe, you know, it could end up being a pretty big advantage for Ample, especially if he did go something like a quicker third command center. But I don't know. It wasn't enough for Dewalt here, clearly.
They're all up to 2 wins in 5 games. It's not bad. I
No,
think I
that's
said
really
like 2-5 or 3-4. So those are both still on the table here.
Yeah, I said 5-2 or 6-1, so I'm pleasantly surprised already that Dewalt's taken 2 in 5 games.
And he's going for a 12 Nexus. And it's going to be a Dewalt style 12 Nexus, I'm assuming, because it's a 4-player map, so no reason why it wouldn't be.
Yeah, if Ample scouts the wrong direction here, this could be, you know, pretty fatal, I'd say. Dewalt getting away with these greedy openers is kind of proven. Hey,
He's doing my 12 Nexus.
okay.
Dewalt, this is a 4-player map. It's not the time.
You're clearly
Maybe it's
gonna have
because
to
he
have a
did the
talk.
greediest 12 Nexus, and so he's following it with the least greedy 12 Nexus just to it's the mind game thing. Because I mean, Ample is going to first scout it.
So that's a benefit, actually.
Yeah, that's a benefit. You want it to be first scouted.
I want Ample to just run at this thing again. I mean, it is on like a high ground.
Well, didn't see it. Didn't see the SCV saw it. So this is not optimal. There's going to be like a proxy factory in a second. Okay, the factory's not proxied, but he doesn't know that it's being seen.
So definitely not optimal then.
But if Dewalt sends his first Zealot towards the bottom right, which he's probably going to do because his probe is going towards the top left, he may still intercept the thing. He's building a Zealot, he's building a second gateway, his cybernetic core is coming. But this is not the map that you do this on.
So he will at least see the SCV here and knows the tier. Oh my... Everything missed that SCV.
Okay. So the Zealot's going to start heading towards the Marines. This is potentially fine. But he doesn't really have the economy to be sending a probe out to scout. You don't do this on maps where you need to scout. Dragoon Rangers started. Second Zealot's on the way. Yeah, we've got our Zealot is about to intercept the Marines. Dewalt Zealots have no heart. They're just cowards. It immediately runs away.
He's waiting for that high ground advantage, it looks like. Oh, does see the SCVs moving in, so he knows exactly what's going on right now.
Yeah, so we've got 2-gate Goon with range coming. The range should be done about 5-10, I'd say. It's going to be a little bit late because of the scout probe, but not as late as it could be. Okay, and we have a pylon this time. We're not going to be supply blocked the way we were on Ascension.
Well, that pylon seems a little vulnerable.
Well, that's the point. It's the pylon distracts the bunker. The Nexus would have survived because of that pylon, except that he lost all his Dragoons. Okay, so now save your probes, and we have the Dragoons.
He did save them.
Yeah, so this is a lot better than Eclipse in a few different ways.
And it looks like... Wow, he's trying to push into the main now.
Yeah, this is a mistake. There's going to be 2 more Dragoons in a second, and he's not killing the Nexus. Like, the Dragoons are about to finish. Like, come on. Like, now. Now. Dragoons are going to finish. Now. Okay, now... Did he just not build them?
Rally to the natural. There we go.
Okay, so he's gonna the second Nexus is gonna survive. Any bunker is just gonna get killed by the Dragoons at this point. But he did lose a lot of probes.
Yeah, he lost a lot of probes, it feels like. Yeah, Dewalt actually down in supply. I feel like he could just pull
range
off
is finished, so he can just kill the bunker at this point. Oh, there's also no Marines in the bunker, so that helps. I would like him honestly to run past the bunker and do some counter pressure before the mines go down, and it's too late. He has so many Dragoons and...
He did clear both mines to that pathway towards the Terran's base, so...
And he does have double Nexus, so he can recover his probe count. But I would like to check the replay for like a second after this game just to see what happened to his second pair of Dragoons. Like if he just didn't start them, because they were late, and like they took so much damage because the dragoons were late.
Almost like you were saying, that's the whole point of the build, is to get
Yes.
those additional dragoons out.
It's a dragoon rush. If you don't build the dragoons, then it's not really an effective build.
Got it. Well, he's slowly edging out here with a couple of these dragoons, trying to put on some flank pressure, but we know this is going to actually be a DT follow-up this game from Dewalt.
Yeah, I'm not super convinced by the DT follow-up, honestly. Okay, it's a DT drop follow-up. It's playable. So he's going to be recovering his economy. He's even in supply again, and he hasn't built any dragoons since his first 5, which is good because there were mines out. He wasn't going to get anything done with them. He's just been building probes and tech, so his probe count is recovering. He's even in economy, I'd say, at this point. Like, if there are mines out and you have no robo, you can't get anything done with the dragoons, so there's no reason to build more. Yeah, 9 SCVs at the natural for Terran, and Ox is going to tell us exactly how many there are. Thank you, Ox. That's 11 plus 3 not working. That's 20 plus 3 on gas, 23. And there's probably a few building in a few places. But yeah, I would say Dewalt probably has the economic edge right now. That double nexus really does allow you to recover quickly. Not as quickly as the Zerg can, where they just go from having no drones to having all the drones, but you know, it's it's not nothing.
That's why I play the race, man. It's just so easy to build back your drone count after a storm drop or something.
Okay, Zedok clears a few mines.
Yeah, did lose the one zealot for it, but that's pretty acceptable.
Oh,
Ooh, you better back up.
Yeah, that you've gone into a bad part of town there, Dewalt.
Ah, donated a couple of dragoons. We do see the first DT out.
Yeah, and there's a shuttle too. So the first DT actually ran the wrong way, and it delayed his DT drop because it was in the natural, but we'll see how much he gets done. Ample looked very solid against DT drop in the previous game though.
I mean, at least Dewalt cleared the bind path to the main, so that, you know, there's a chance this goes unscouted, but I mean, we already see units inside the main for Ample. He's, you know, this isn't his first time facing DT drop. Might be
Yeah,
ready
his
for
academy's on the way as well. So this is just going to be annoying, I think, and Dewalt's taking a third behind it. Now the third he's taking is towards this Terran opponent, which is not really ideal. You don't want to do that as a rule. You want to expand away from the Terran, but this is just fine. Terran's going to get comsat finished, and Dewalt's just going to pick up and drop over and over. Oh, that was nice. He targets the vulture.
Yeah, I saw that, just to try to get that extra damage on it. I thought it would die, because it already tanked a mine, but it stayed alive.
So Dewalt's macro is slipping quite hard behind this, unfortunately. He went up to 700 middles just now. Oh, and he loses it to...
Oh no.
So this is a very quick arbiter. If Ample doesn't have anything going on like super quick, it will be affected, but Ample is just immediately counter pushing the moment that the shuttle dies.
It's about 5 tanks, I think. Some SCVs.
I say counter pushing. Is he just taking his third?
Oh,
Yeah, just take his third. Yeah, because he doesn't imagine that Dewalt would be here with this. And Dewalt would lose his expansion if Ample pushed, but
If he knew about it.
yeah, he doesn't imagine that Dewalt would have that base, because that's not the base Dewalt wanted, I think. But it's the base that he could take, because he didn't want to send a probe out onto the map when he didn't have any observers. He knew that there weren't mines there. It's reasonable to assume that like 9 o'clock would have a mine at it, but that turned out it didn't.
Kind of had some vultures patrolling it, but you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, so Ample doesn't know about the third base. Okay, he's
Maybe he knows somehow now.
yeah. Oh, maybe it's just elimination. He knows it's not 9 o'clock. And he's like, wait a second, nobody would ever take this base, right? Right?
Yeah, I don't know how you'd hold this. Jeez.
Yeah, you need to
low ground to
shuttle
high
them.
ground.
But once the turrets go down, like if he had a shuttle bomb now, he could hold it. But once the turrets are down, he's not going to hold it.
Is this maybe going to be a counter from Dewalt? Nah, probably not. Right?
I mean, I don't know what he does here. He's invested all his money in Arbiter if he doesn't have an Arbiter. I think sacking it's the right decision, honestly. He needed that DT drop to stay alive for a little bit longer. Because the other advantage of DT drop is if you force him to defeat it with Comsat, while you're going for a very quick Arbiter, they don't have the scans. They can't fight your Arbiter, and they also can't scan you. Because the shuttle died, and then Ample immediately double scanned Dewalt's base, and then kills the bird. And that's because he had that scan energy. If the scans were used on the DTs, then Ample doesn't do this. He just lost the Nexus, he didn't lose probes, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, he does have a slight lead in supply, which is always nice. Third base almost coming back online here at that 9 o'clock position. But obviously, I think he's got to be thinking towards a fourth at the moment.
Yeah, he needs to start taking top left. But even if he takes top left, this is so close that it's going to be difficult to hold a push. If you're cross map on this map, it's very easy to take fights because the Terran has to go up and down the high ground to the middle. It's kind of like Eclipse in that way, but close map, not so much, especially horizontal.
A lot more probes falling down at that new third for Dewalt to just a couple vultures. So
yeah.
Ample finding good trades here where he can.
And he's under zero pressure as well. Ample, he knows that he took his third a long way before Dewalt's replacement third. So Ample doesn't actually need to do anything. He's got his 2-1 coming. He's feeling pretty comfortable. He's dominating his corner at the map. I say he's got his 2-1 coming. He's probably got his 1-1 coming. His 2-1 he needs to start. He'll start it soon. The fast Arbiter is also it gives Dewalt's army a lot of power, but I don't think there's any kind of recall opportunity. I think Ample has solid turrets.
Yeah, a
Okay,
lot of turrets. It's also, it looks like he's starting to reinforce with some mines in his base as well.
Yeah, Dewalt would be a lot happier if his production was top left and he was taking a base like bottom left rather than the other way around. If you can force the Terran to push cross map on this map, it's so much easier than forcing them to, or than fighting them close position.
Yeah, this close position looks like a nightmare for Protoss to try to defend, honestly, in this matchup.
Yeah, and you can never take your third at the 6 o'clock. That base is just not available to you, and they can always push that direction. Whereas cross map, yeah, you can defend where Dewalt currently is, and then you can defend one of the other prongs of the cross in the middle. Because they take a high ground off you, you just back off, and then take the second high ground, and they go down and then back up again. Okay, so even in supply, Ample has better upgrades. If Dewalt has like 4 Arbiters, he can still take it, but if he has 1 Arbiter and he's about to recall with it, then he's going to have no magic spells at all. That's one of the issues with doing recall, is that if you have just 1 Arbiter and it dies, then you have no Arbiters. Yeah, this is a disaster. So now he has no Arbiters, which with his fast Arbiter build is not ideal. He went very quick Archives and followed it straight with Stargate, straight with quick Arbiter.
Yeah, it just feels like a little bit of a risk just sending it in like that. I don't know. I feel like you want to like get some other recon somehow before you even try to attempt it.
At the counterattack, because if he didn't cast a spell, but if he had cast a spell, he would have lost everything because the area was surrounded by tanks, vultures, and sand vessel.
Yeah.
This is the mistake. He got EMP'd on his. No, he didn't get the EMP missed his Arbiter.
I think it hit it, right?
No, he cast a stasis. Oh, sorry, yeah, it hit it afterwards. Yeah, he cast a stasis first, you're right. Yeah, Ample's still on 150 and Dewalt's down to 120.
Oof.
No, he has taken the left-hand side, but Ample's not going to give him enough time to exploit that.
It even feels like that stasis wasn't beneficial. It almost makes like an indestructible wall.
Well, that, and he has no Arbiter energy now. He had 2 Arbiters, one of them has died and one of them's cast everything it has. And he's building them one at a time, which means that it's not... he has no spells, and he's got to fight a Terran mech with no spells. It's The Ample doesn't realize how far ahead he is, I think. Ample should just be killing Dewalt right now. But if Ample goes for 3 o'clock and doesn't push, then Dewalt having his 5 bases could make a game of this. I really don't understand Ample trying to take a late 4th after his opponent's already gone for quick 5.
He might not get away with it anyway. Looks like Dewalt might go in and snipe that now.
Yeah, which is actually kind of bad. If Ample just unsieges and goes, Dewalt's dead. I don't know, maybe he's interrupting his opponent while his opponent's making a mistake. But he needs more Stargates. His only plan for defeating the Terran mech army is stasis, and he doesn't have any stasis. So that's... He literally cannot cast a single stasis, but his only hope is getting really good stasis, so it's... there's no chance.
No
He cannot
chance.
defeat the Terran army.
Shoot. Well, he's got to make something happen here.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically remaxing, which is nice, but at the same time, he's remaxing gateway units with, he's gonna have, he doesn't have a single stasis. He's trying to get one.
Oh man.
Yeah, and those mines, oh no.
Not ideal, but also, how do you ever break this position?
Yeah, I mean, your Zealots, you're never gonna get down that ramp.
Nothing's ever going to get down that road. It's just this big ball of death.
Okay, he does have 2 stasis. But,
One stasis
I mean...
goes down. Oh, okay. Pretty good stasis. And we see pressure from the top side. Templar even coming in.
Yeah, but the Dragoons are gonna get massacred. Ample's supply is still ahead, but I mean, it's dropping fast.
Wow. The Oxygen's call this? Maybe?
There was no barracks, which helped.
Yeah, there was no barracks! Freaking barracks, man. If there was a barracks here, he would have helped easily.
Yeah. But I mean, all these Terran units are going to survive too. The Dewalt doesn't have enough units behind this to turn this into a massacre. Because what you want to do is stasis half the Terran army, defeat the other half, and then kill the half that you stasised as it comes out of stasis. But I mean, he survived. It's not nothing.
It was a
not
lot
enough.
better than I thought that was going to go, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
I mean, the thing is, Ample could have done this any time in the last 5 minutes, though. That's the... Ample has been not pushing. And that he waited and waited and waited until Dewalt had 2 stasis, and until Dewalt was remaxed, and it still went kind of okay for Ample. If he had... Yeah, that's a lot of tanks.
The splash even killing the eggs. Crazy.
Yeah, Ample could have killed Dewalt at any time in the last 5 minutes. That was actually the best fight Dewalt possibly could have taken. Ample lets him actually get his energy on the Arbiters to give him a fighting chance.
And GG's called.
He keeps using my build on 4-player maps.
I mean, he's doing pretty well with the build, I gotta say.
Oh, can we watch the replay just like the first 2 minutes on high speed just to see what he builds out of those gateways? Because okay, I guess we can't watch the replay. Never mind then. Because the 3rd and 4th Dragoon just didn't come. I was just waiting for them to arrive because the whole point of the build is they're super quick.
Yeah, I think just against the caliber of player like Ample, I'm sure he's forcing Dewalt to manage on a level he's not used to in his normal ladder games or something. He just forgot it.
It's not a hard build. You build 4 Dragoons.
Yeah, I guess so. Ample up 4-2. Here going into game 7 on Polypoid.
I'm definitely going to be right with one of my predictions. I said 3-4 or 2-5, so it can only be that. Okay, let's take a look. Okay. Builds the pylon. Nexus, gateway, core, second gateway, second zealot. Builds 2 dragoons, and okay, he's got one dragoon queued up. He's on 281 minerals, 156 gas, only building one
She told him to
dragoon.
pick Protoss. He went random.
Oh no, he went for second dragoon. Okay. They just take a long time to build, apparently. I'm sorry, I'm slighting Dewalt here. I'm ruining his reputation, but he built the dragoons as quickly as they could have been done. Now, they were misvalied. They did come out of the gateways and then run the wrong way. Yeah, there was one building in the top gateway that ran towards the natural, and the one in the second gateway was late because he didn't queue it up.
Ah, I see. Okay.
But they also just take a long time to build, so I'm out here ruining his reputation for no reason. Oh, and the game has started.
Yep. Game 7 here. Polypoid at the bottom right as the blue Protoss. It's Dewalt.
So
At
I
the
want to
top
see.
left.
Go ahead. I want to see
At
Dewalt
the
12
top
Nexus.
Yeah, I do too. Give these
Just all the
positions.
wins be 12 Nexus. One of them mine, one of them Dewalt.
I love it because as a non-Protoss player, I feel like I always harp on how strong 12 Nexus looks in this matchup. And I was even saying it in the previous series. I was like, I want to see a 12 Nexus. And it's because it seems to work. Like, it just seems to, obviously that bunker rush, can happen with the rallied vultures and SCVs. But if it doesn't happen, Protoss just seems to be in a pretty strong position the majority of the time, to me.
Yeah, it's certainly puts the pressure on something. And if the Terran just counter expands, then it's not going to be enough. But Dewalt is going for a gateway.
Okay.
So,
Shucks.
Next thing we have to watch for is, does he take his gas or does he go for the Zealot play? Now, the Zealot play that we've seen so far has just been the good night game, which I didn't like at all. Amper with the forward racks. This is a thing that you do to punish people who do a 12 Nexus. If you end up first gathering them, you can kill them with a bunker really easily, but also he's just going to go, I think, Vax CC for the gasless expand, which is playable against 12 Nexus. It's not ideal, but it's not behind.
It's very good against what Dewalt's doing, though, right? Just standard gateway and main.
Yeah, because it's going to be cross map too, so Ample's going to get away with a quick CC, and Dewalt's not going to be out of pressure. And Dewalt's going to be able to have options against this, but then none of them are going to be great options. It's like a soft build order disadvantage rather than like a hard build order disadvantage. Don't like that second pylon placement. That should be like part of his anti-vulture wolf.
Is it kind of a wall behind the natural or the main though?
It's good for killing workers, but you ideally, I think, want to get your anti-vulture wall up as quickly as possible. So he's going to need like robo between the core and the gas, another pylon to the right of the core, and then an entire bunch of buildings down below the nexus to the bottom of the map.
Okay.
He's also not scouting early. He's going to do... it's probably going to be what we saw in Largo with Dewalt Scan, where he goes for the 1 Dragoon expand, the 22 Nexus. But this is not what he wants to see. It's going to be a build order disadvantage.
That's a little unfortunate.
Oh, he queues up a second Dragoon, so 23 Nexus then, at most. Yeah, no extra pylon, so it will be the 23. So this is, he's going to cut probes on 21, or on 19 probes. Go Nexus, then like 23 pylon, then probably 25 Robo. With keeping his Dragoons cut. Yep, 23 pylon.
Are the additional Dragoons here really just going to try to put pressure on and force more repair?
No, so it's he's not scout. He has to scout with a probe. You scout with 1 Dragoon, and then the second Dragoon has to be on the ramp for the 4-minute vulture timing. In theory, so he's taking a bit of a risk here with sending out a second Dragoon. But I think that he's correctly read the build, so he doesn't believe Ample can have a vulture. Oh, he's going to miss the SCV. But he's behind either way. His Robo would have just started. He would have done 25 Robo. And he won't take any damage, but he's also not getting anything done.
Yeah, you won't have any severe like tech advantage, or obviously like his Nexus is later. Ooh, good block though, that probe.
Yeah, Ample's going to have a pretty good idea of what it is. I mean, this is one of the most standard builds in the game. Like, this is the Light has a PvT guide that's translated on Jinjin channel, and this is the opener, just because it's so very standard. It's fine against everything. It's like it holds the 2-fac. You can play it against Factory Expand or against Gasless Expand. You get that quick observer, which is always nice to have. So Dewalt has correctly read that his opponent went for a Gasless, which is why he's not adding more gateways. Normally you add more gateways when you do this build. You go a 23 next, 25 Robo, and then like 28 gateway, 29 gateway to go up to a quick 3 gate. But he's not going for that. He's building Dragoons out of his 1 gateway just to pressure because he knows his opponent has no tanks. But at the same time, he's heading towards the Viva because he doesn't feel any pressure coming towards him. He doesn't need those extra goons. And this is good. Just rushing the Viva. Did you know that repair costs only a percentage of the original building cost? It's really cheap, repair.
I did know that, but isn't it where like if you're repairing a building like a factory that takes gas, it also takes a percentage of gas?
Yeah, but like repairing a building from 0 to 100 is like half the cost of building a building from scratch.
Isn't it the same with units as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's super nice, actually.
Yeah, it must be nice to just not lose buildings at the start.
I wish I could repair my lurkers, you know?
Or as a Zerg when they're sunken busting you, instead of having your drones try and man fight marines, just repair the sunken. Fine.
God, that would be awesome. I wish.
So he's gonna go for a quick 3rd base. He does need to do something about those vultures that are about to kill him. Like, he's got most of the wall, he needs to plug that wall.
Whoop.
There we go.
Oh, he's gonna go for the mine walk. Not quite able to get it.
But all his dragoons, he's
oh,
worried,
he got it!
All his dragoons, he's worried he has mines behind them, so he can't actually pull them home. And he's not using his Beaver defensively, he's going to attack with it. Run into the bunker pattern is what we're going to do.
2 bunkers.
Oh, and then run his... Oh, I mean, that was a really nice play in terms of like forcing the tanks back and then attacking the bunker with the dragoons, but it's so difficult to actually work out what the dragoon range is against the bunker, because some of the time you just get the wrong angle and it doesn't work.
I think he also didn't know about those mines in front. Ooh, still good shots with this Reaver, doing a significant, amount of damage here, but I think backed up at the appropriate time. Oh no,
One of his dragoons was rallied and just ran straight up to the wall.
Oh no! Shoot!
He can't mine his third
blunders
base.
here. And still, that group of vultures is out on the map, patrolling, trying to defend that third. We'll get a couple of free probes here.
Yeah.
This is unfortunate for Dewalt.
And I think Ample's taking his CC inside his base too. Yep. Oh, and that shot already took a lot of damage from bunkers because it kept running into them. So that's gonna die. Yeah, this is a disaster. He took a quick third but couldn't defend it. Yeah, and he knows.
Wow. GG. I thought he still could have maybe tried to play out of there, but he would know better, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, against a worse player, maybe he would have, but also, I think it's reasonable that he's frustrated with that because the latency does make a difference. Like, it's very difficult to position dragoons so they can snipe a bunker without taking damage because they're quite stupid, and also their range depends on what angle they're at. Sometimes they will think that they can't shoot something that is in range if it's the wrong angle. I think bunkers are also kind of weird because bunkers, like the hitbox of them is bigger than the. Sorry, I think the range is like measured from the edge of the bunker.
Yes. Yeah, from the edge. Exactly.
So depending on your angle to the bunker, their range might go up or down.
Yeah, if you're trying to like attack them like straight up, like vertically or something like that, I notice dragoons will often fall into range with the bunker, whereas ideally you want to attack from those edges.
Yeah, and in turn mate 12, it's you move the dragoons in, try and find the range, but then you take a lot of damage every time you get it wrong.
Yeah, and it takes so long for the unit to react once you recognize that and pull it out of range. Yeah.
Is what he was doing with the Reaver, where he ran the shuttle to the other side of the bunker, forced the tanks back, and then tried to attack the bunker with the dragoons while putting the Reaver back to attack the SCVs. I think in like turn rate 24, that is an incredibly effective play. But in turn rate 12, it doesn't work out so well.
No, you almost do more harm than good by attempting something like that. Well, Ample took a pretty convincing series, 5-2. I think a lot of people were saying that. So about as expected, but Dewalt still, definitely impressed me. Not just with the couple wins he had, but just with his play overall. It's clear that he's starting to be more and more of a threat to be reckoned with for even some of these top tier Koreans. So very well played.
We were looking at significant build order advantages with the Wasp position Dewalt 12 next, where he was super greedy.
Yeah. Okay.
Like that's when Dewalt's at his best. He's going to be very happy with that position. And the Ascension game, I think, the first Vulture died to a Zealot in turn rate 12. That's
that never happens. Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Thanks to the Kwark build, I think Dewalt got a win from that.
He did?
He did, but he also got 2 losses from it. The Eclipse loss never should have happened. That Nexus should have survived.
It really should have. Oh, the Kwark build, man. Well, I mean, it's I gotta keep my eye out for that now. Every time I 12 Nexus, I'm gonna be watching to see if the Protoss is cutting probes after it now or not.
He does it. It's because the regular 12 Nexus, if you just sack the Nexus, pull your probes back into the main the way Dewalt does it, that's actually fine. You're not that far behind. It's kind of crazy.
So if they don't pull their SCVs and attack you with Marines, or even make Marines, does that put them behind?
If they go for like a normal factory expand, yeah, they're really behind if they don't punish.
But the whole build is predicated on getting them to punish you, right? And then hitting
my
them
12 Nexus are regular 12 Nexus.
Yours?
If they leave mine alone, they're really far ahead.
Are they? But then you have a bunch of units that you can attack with.
Yeah, but you have 2 bases and no probes. You end up looking like an idiot because you've got access to like 17 mineral patches and you have like 14 workers.
Yeah, which is why it's almost like counterintuitive, which is why every Terran in the world would attack it, right? Like,
yeah, which is why I do it.
not make
And
probes.
do you like? So you need to have kind of a plan B. Is it possible to have a plan B where you keep your probe outside their base, and if you see they're not pulling, then you start making probes? Or
You just go all in on their bunker because you do have you end up with 2 zealots and 4 dragoons very quickly, and then you just attack their bunker because Terrans aren't the brightest people. So what happens is they think, okay, I'm really far ahead on economy, and as long as my bunker survives, I'll win. And they build their bunker really far from the SCV line, and they have no SCVs next to it. So you just right-click the bunker and it dies, and then they leave.
so it's an all-in build, whether they pull their SCVs because you stop their attack and then you all in, or even if they don't pull their SCVs, you all in with all your units.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But it is funny when you kill the bunker, because you think you've got like, they have like 30 SCVs, you have 20 probes. They just need to leave like 1 SCV by the bunker to keep it alive until the rest of it can get there to repair. But they won't do it.
It's a micro-intensive build, and I think it's really hard to micro against like a bunch of SCVs and Marines coming. You need to get your goons out in time to really help you.
Yeah, I generally just throw the first zealot away just for time. I'll have it attack the Marines, and I'll expect it to die, but it gives you a bit more time to get your dragoons out.
And you always have to pull your probes from the expansion?
If they don't send very many SCVs, you might want to fight them, but yeah, as a rule, I just pull them back into my main.
You never use them for defense.
If they send like 2 SCVs, I'll kill the SCVs, but yeah, basically.
Interesting.
You just really don't want to lose any probes. You'd rather tank like using the Nexus Health or Pylon or anything else, but
Yeah, because you
losing
don't have any
workers-
probes.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess you can't risk sacrificing it, and you should have dragoons with range. Defend buff.
I mean, honestly, that's just like a good like.
It's a good build to have in your
Thing
inventory
for-
to pull out, especially in a long series, 7
Yeah.
games or whatever.
Yeah,
It's
the problem I
very
have is I've overused it, so I can't use it for like BSL or anything.
Or can
It's,
you? My games.
I'm playing Ultra on Sunday, but there's no way it works against Ultra because it is so easily countered by just ignoring it. So if Ultra scouts me and I have a 12 Nexus, he'll count my probes and then do whatever's best, either rush it or not rush it.
Good job getting into, is it group? Do you know what letter it is?
Yeah.
It's Group B.
Group B
Yeah,
of the Pro League
congratulations.
BSL.
That's pretty awesome that you made it. You know, just to even qualify at that level is not easy to do.
He's
It's
got
not that easy
Crossy
to
in
do.
there. Who else is in there?
It's Crossy, Dark, Ultra, and
Ooh.
myself.
Okay.
So I'm gonna come second or third, I think.
I think you could come top 2. Yeah.
Well, also
Those are
Cross,
all really good players. It's
Cross
a
never
cool
gets out of
group.
the groups. Cross is obviously one of the best players in the BSL. He should be like in contention to win it, but he never gets out of the groups. So I'm
It's a
assuming
mental
that
thing.
like he's been cursed in some way. Like he annoyed a witch, and the witch put a curse on him that he would never get out of the BSL group. It's a very specific curse just for Cross.
Only for the BSL. It doesn't affect any other aspect of his life. But
I know he's told me he's busy with work and he's had wrist issues, but he should be able to play a best of 3 or best of 5.
But yeah, assuming that curse holds up, I'll be fine. I could definitely get out because Cross and Dark. Well, Cross will come last and Dark will come third. But if for some reason that curse doesn't continue, then it's going to be a hard group. 'Cause Cross
Something
is a fantastic player.
something really cool about this BSL. Anybody listening, anybody who's not following it, definitely do. There's some Gosu Chinese players. They might actually be the best foreigners. Just recently, we had a TQ member. Big shout out to Zhao TQ, who started organizing show matches between Chinese players and foreigners. And a really good Terran Chinese player by the name of Mihu, who beat Bonnet, I think, 6-3 in a show match recently. Is
I did
in
hear about
BSL. He's in Group C. There's another Chinese player. I think he plays Protoss. Gao Gigi, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. He's also in there, so really excited to see how they do and if they'll be able to adjust to the lag, because they're really used to playing against Chinese players and Koreans with no latency. But yeah, it's a real treat for the foreign community. I mean, this game's been out for a long time, and as far as I know, the Chinese scene is kind of like a mystery to the rest of the foreign scene, and this is probably like the first time that people are getting to know more about them. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm
Mihu might be the best player out of all of them. I don't know. He's definitely got a lot of backing in China. Thousands and thousands of dollars he's won. He gets sponsored by rich Chinese people who used to play the game, and now they're financially successful and they can just throw money at their players.
Yeah, he's got 24-21 MMR on his BSL account, so yeah, he qualified with no difficulty. He hasn't played it since October 14, so I think that somebody told him about BSL. He just made an account, qualified, and then logged off it. Just like super casual, didn't care at all. 2400, that'll do.
Yeah, so that should be cool. And he is in Tech, Medino, and Pablo. I think he might have. I don't want to use this term and offend anybody, but one of the maybe easier groups, as opposed to say if you're playing BoA, Gory, and Dandy, Group E seems to be kind of tough. Am I wrong?
I
Group
wouldn't
A
want to
is
play
very
Babo not having any idea how he plays, because there's a good chance that he's like super used to the like high skill Korean meta, and he's gonna run into Babo and get Baboed. Because Babo has his own style, I think.
He's not going to be
Well,
used to the
things
lag, that's for sure.
prepare for. Yeah.
Group D, Siki, Oya, Striker, Ghost of Dark.
Yeah, that's the worst group to be in, I think.
Is that the group of death, what they call in BSL?
Yeah, because Oya, if he actually practices, stops playing Diablo 2 for a few days, is going to be very good. Striker has been crazy lately. Like, Striker had like 5 different accounts that qualified for BSL.
Somebody said he's vastly improved. I know since I came back like last year, he's been active. Wonderful guy. Always down to play. Really good mannered. Wish him the best.
He's incredible. I got to play with him in the Rogues Gallery event, and he was like our team captain, and I can definitely say I learned a lot from him. You know, always a competitive match. Like, he's not one of those players who, like, you'll see throw a random game here or there. Like, he makes you earn every win, I guess, is, you know, definitely something that I noticed that stuck out to me about Striker. But yeah, he's very, very good.
Big shout out to him. He's also a team captain, BSL event that they had recently, North America versus Europe. And I'll give a spoiler away. North America did exceptionally well.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure people follow
Striker in that
BSL
event.
before they follow us, so it's not spoiler.
Yeah, I had to play Striker in that event, and the game was closer than I thought it was. Actually, once I saw the cast, I had a chance, but
On Heartbreak Ridge.
yeah,
You did. It's a good game. Really
I just
fun to
couldn't
watch.
get my unit to reinforce my third. He got lurkers between my second and my third. But yeah, I play Striker quite a lot. We played like 2 more games after that, and he won them too. But I win like 1 in 5 games against him, maybe.
That's good. That's really good.
ESL is cool, guys. Participate if you can. It's open to all divisions. Machine, I know you're in sometimes the Gosu League when you have time.
I tried doing the last chance qualifier over the weekend. Came
Can't do
close. I came like top 6 or something like that, but yeah, I couldn't do it this
It's
season,
tough.
so maybe next time.
A lot of good players. They're grinding on ladder, guys. So if you're interested, you have time, do it.
Yep. Alrighty, fellas. I think I'm gonna call it a night.
All right, my friend. Thanks for joining us, Machine.
Yeah, thank you again, Ox, for having me. Always
Anytime.
a pleasure. And thank you, Kwark, for jumping in here and teaching me again, you know, in another PvT matchup. It's always a pleasure casting with you, and best of luck in Pro League, man. I'm going to really be cheering for you.
Yeah, good luck.
I need it.
All
You gotta
right.
believe in that witch's curse on Cos. That's what I'm relying on.
I'm gonna be looking out for the Kwark build and all your
Yeah, I was
matches.
just about to say.
When you play Ultra, when you play, I gotta see it at least once somewhere in there.
We'll see.
Alrighty. Well, take it easy, you two. Have a great night.
Have a good night.
Thank you, and you.
Kwark, thanks.
Thank you for having me. I'm gonna jump off as well, though.
All right, take care, my friend.
Bye-bye.
Bye.